The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass candidates, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. To them we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout out going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the day. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to keep us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man makes them strong. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man
Greetings, Black family, and thanks for tuning into another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. It's been almost a week since we've been with y'all, and we're back with a brand new episode. Me and Lady Che. I am your host, Che and Crewman. We're going with the other host, Lady Che, and we should be joined with some other guests possibly tonight. We will see. And on this season 5, episode 8, part 1 of the Front Line Blacc News, we'll be discussing several topics. First topic is, of course, them tangibles. Continue to demand something tangible for your vote, Black family, from 2025 all the way up to 2100. Then we got why we need to push for an anti-Black hate crime law. Let's not lose focus. It's Times Square's Black woman statue in honor or insult. Jamaican American Governor Westmore vetoes reparations in Maryland. Immigrants are upset Trump is mass deporting them while bringing in white Boers, Afrikaners, South Africans. Then we got while Tethers flee, white power schemes. Nation's largest historic Antebellum plantation burnt down, naughty way is gone. Then we got racists try to mock the reality of Black fatigue. Rodney Hinton sues police for $25 million. And last but certainly not least, 2 men showed up in ATL with clam suits on and got their wigs pulled back. So please join us on StreamYARD, YouTube, Frontline Blacc News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Jay Millie's as well, and Cookiesi's. Also, there is a GoFundMe because we're still in the process of moving. I have completed my move to my new place, but Lady Che might still want to move from where she's at right now. So if you could support the GoFundMe, that would be great. Also, we got the copyright disclaimer up. And if you do not understand racism and white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 areas of human activity. And that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, sex, war, and religion. Some say health and nutrition. Shout out to Nelly Fuller Jr. for that. RIP to him. Produced justice. And then we also got our master teacher, warrior, scholar, Dr. Francis Chris Wilson, who said racism and white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. So thank y'all for tuning in. Like it says, like Mac 285 already has in the chat, like and subscribe to the Frontline Blacc News. So I'm going to hop right into it with the tangibles. This is the year and the decade of tangibles, Black family. Continue to demand something tangible for your votes. All the way up to 2100. So back in 2019, our good brother Tariq Nasheed came out with the hashtag tangibles2020. And in it, he was detailing everything that we, meaning the foundation of Black Americans, descendants of American child slavery freedmen, we're going to demand from the 2-party system. So I'm going to read this like I read every episode since we've been on the air, and even prior to that. Tangibles. So instead of 2020, 2025, but everything else remains the same. Nothing's changed except the year. So instead of 2020, it's 2025 for the local elections in a lot of cities. 2026 for the midterms, which is next year, and then 2027 for Denver's elections, and then 2028 for the presidential elections. So all of those are coming up. The foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and oops. You gotta disconnect. on speaker. Sorry about that. Lady Che was hooked up to my speaker. Okay. Let me set the speaker up. Okay. So this malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans into groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, communities of color, BIPOC, distressed, downtrodden, underserved, underprivileged, marginalized, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, like I've already outlined, 2025 for local elections in a lot of cities, 2026 for the midterms, 2027 for Denver's elections, and 2028 for the next presidential election, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits, specifically for us. We do not want trickle-down, secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. And we've been doing exactly that for the past 5 years, spreading that hashtag far and wide on all social media platforms, including the ones that we are banned from currently. And we're not letting up. We're going to continue to beat that drum. I wish Lady Che had her drum right now so she could beat the drum. But we're going to continue to beat the drum on reparations and intangibles. So when we're talking about tangibles, we're talking about something that's real, something with substance, something you can count, measure, feel with your own hand, i.e. reparations, i.e. direct lineage-based cash payments to foundational Black Americans descendants from American slavery freedmen, the people that built this country and have yet to be compensated for it. And an anti-Black hate crime bill similar to the one that was passed for the Asians back in 2021, 2022, and a tax-free exemption and an end to qualified immunity in all 50 states, just for starters. So if they're not coming with tangible lineage-based policy, Black family, don't waste your time. Democrats, Republicans, or independents, if they're not coming with lineage-based tangibles policy, don't waste your time voting for them. So thoughts, Lady Che, what are your thoughts on the tangibles? Okay. You're not gonna say your favorite words, favorite saying? Hold your vote like you hold your what? You hold your baby.
I'm tired of trying to educate people. They don't matter listening. I guess you say.
They're catching on, slowly but surely. You know, it takes some longer than others.
Wasting my time. Carry on. That's how to wait.
Oh, Lord.
They listening.
They listening. Because they're using our talking points.
They were listening.
So they're definitely listening.
But I just love fucking discussion. It's wasting our time.
I disagree. They listening. They just not acting. But they definitely listening. They're using our talking points. They're using our terminology. They're doing all of that. So they definitely listening. But yeah, continue to mess up intangible for your vote, Black family. From now all the way up to 2100. We told y'all from the beginning this is going to be a marathon, not a sprint. And we're in it for the long haul. It's going to be a generational long fight, and we in it to win it. So continue to demand something tangible all the way up to 2100. So we don't care if the Democrats lose in 2028, if they lose in 2026, if they lose in 2020 or 2030 rather, 2032, 2032, 2034, 2036, 2038, etc., all the way up to 2100. We don't give a damn. We're gonna continue to mess up the tangible. Otherwise, we're not gonna vote. And good luck trying to get us to get our booties to the polls, then Democrats, because you're not giving us a reason to vote. So they keep saying our vote matters, your vote counts, and all that. Well, show us, but then you can tell us, because we're not voting for y'all, and y'all just gonna keep doing for any and everybody but us, doing specific policy for all these other groups, people that didn't even vote for you, like these illegal immigrants. We're not going for it no more. Y'all crashing out, or getting arrested for illegal immigrants. We're not doing it no more. We're not immigrants. We are the only non-immigrants in this country. So if you want our vote, you're going to have to do something tangible for us. Period. That's it. So shout out to our brother Black Truth United. He's going to give us an update on the next topic, which is why we need to push for an anti-Black hate crime law. Oh yeah, and that amount is in the. It started at 100 trillion. Now it's at a gazillion plus for past, present, and future atrocities that have been brought against our people and continue to be brought against our people in 2025. So it's just going to continue to compound interest until it gets to 906 trillion. So you can either pay it now or you can pay it later, but either way, you're going to have to pay it. So move us to the next topic, and that's why we need to push for an anti-Black hate crime law.
United. I was recently in a Twitter space with a few people in the Black grassroots who shall go unnamed, and we were going back and forth as far as whether or not an anti-Black hate crime bill/law is something worth pushing for. And to be honest, I was kind of surprised because I thought that this was common knowledge in the Black grassroots, but I guess it's not. So I decided to address this topic in this video. So the first thing I want to debunk is the fact that the US government supposedly can't do things for one specific group. Now, this doesn't mean that there won't be legal scrutiny, there won't be lawsuits, and scum and others may crawl out of the woodworks to try to challenge this or that, but that's up to our legal experts to make sure that the language is tight, whether that's using a status, whether that's using a historical event. The point is, it is possible to get laws passed specifically for one group of people. It does it all the time. Let me give you a few examples. We all know about the Japanese internment camps. Those who were interned, even if not 100% of them were Japanese, the bill was made specifically for Japanese Americans who were aggrieved. Native American groups, tribes get all kinds of resources all the time. Here's a recent example of lands being allocated to this particular tribe that Clyde Bum was fighting for. You can read about it on your screen. Even if you look at outside of America, specific nation states are given resources, which exclude other groups. A recent example that Brother Church and others in the New Black media have pointed out is the town of Curious Joel, an all Jewish village that's receiving crazy amounts of federal funds, state funds, local funds, all while claiming poverty. These are resources earmarked for a specific group. So laws and policies and funding can in fact go to specific groups, status-based groups. However you want to say it, the point is groups can exclude others who do not fit their criteria. Hell, there has to be a criteria or else everyone and their mother would claim every single ethnicity, every single religion, every single historical event. There have to be exclusionary tactics used in order to determine who is eligible. It's really only when it comes to us that people start making statements like, we have to make something for everyone, we can't exclude anyone. And that's coming out of the same vein as the cowardly use of black and anything. For example, black and people of color, black and minorities, black and this or that. It's pretty much watering down whatever is supposed to be earmarked for us, and we all know what happens when other groups are included. They get damn near all of the funding, all of the resources, all the benefits, and we're left with the stigma,
Yeah.
just like with DEI. But I digress. Now we're going to cover part of what was discussed in the space, which was the COVID Hate Crimes Act. Now, many of us know this act as simply the Anti-Asian Hate Crime Bill, and that's with good reason. So let's take a look at the actual bill. So here's the bill, and as you can see, by just using Control F, Control Find, the bill is riddled with the word Asian, not the word freedman, but Asian. Now, even if you want to say that later on in the act it adds everyone to the list, you still can't deny that specific wording was used to single out this particular group and make sure that their needs were addressed. My question is, why can't foundational Black Americans have the same language?
No, we
We
ain't
actually need
nowhere.
stronger language.
We going
But
to
why can't we get an anti-Black hate crime bill that specifically uses our
tomorrow.
federally recognized term of freedmen, acknowledging the crazy disparities and the fact that we are the number one victims of hate crimes and have been historically neglected not only by our local governments, but also the state and federal governments. Now, check this part out specifically. The United States condemns and denounces any and all anti Asian and Pacific Islander sentiment in any form. Well, I'll be damned. Where is this for us? Even if you say that this bill is for everyone, there's no denying that this bill at least caters primarily to this specific group of Asian and Pacific Islanders. Now let's get into the funding, because unlike lovey-dovey, heartfelt, marshmallow, stuffed mumbo jumbo that they try to give us with no tangible policies, no teeth, no deadlines, and no enforcement mechanisms, this specific bill comes with resources, grants specifically distributed to the states. This includes hotlines as well as other earmarked funds. Now, when we dig into the funds allocated to different states, let's see what we find. Here's one example. California received 10% of the federal funds to curb hate crimes, ends up doing this, giving money to churches, pastors, all kinds of stuff. But notice at the very end of the article it states anti-Black hate crimes decreased, though they were still the most prevalent. Don't let these people try to fool you into thinking they don't know that we are the number one victims of hate crimes. They've known it, and some of them are the very perpetrators of the hate crimes. But to be honest, this article was a little vague, so I did some more digging. And look what I found out. Governor Newsom signed the Asian Pacific Islander Equity Budget in 2021, funding the grants at the urging of the state's Asian American and Pacific Islander Legislative Caucus. Early grants primarily went to organizations serving that community, not all communities, not the community that's the number one victim of hate crimes, but that community. Then, of course, at the end, just like in the other article, at the very end, they leave some BS excuse about why Black organizations didn't receive that funding. There's a lot of talk, there's a lot of yapping that these politicians do. But at the end of the day, who's getting the funds? When we talk about the anti-Asian hate crime bill or the COVID-19 hate crime bill, those funds are going to the states who are distributing them, similar to how the states and local governments used to distribute land grants and farmer assistance. They would give them to corrupt local governments with a whole bunch of people who knew how to better exclude us from getting those tangibles. And I have no doubt that if you did enough digging, you'd probably find one or two organizations here or there that were quote unquote Black that received funding, likely connected to Boule groups. But the fact of the matter is this: the law was specifically written with language emphasizing anti Asian hate. And more importantly, when you look at who received the funds, early grants primarily went to organizations serving that community. All the religious groups and organizations that they had in the other article were tantamount to a poorly made smokescreen. All right, now that we covered the funding and the crux of the anti Asian hate crime bill, aka the COVID-19 hate crime bill, I want to remind everyone of the context behind that bill being produced. And this is very important. This is not to be overlooked because almost every significant bill that you can think of had us attached to it in one way or another, specifically to be victimized by it. Let me give you a few examples. The Mann Act, infamously used against Jack Johnson, claiming he was trafficking women. Biden's law, responsible for giving funding to the states, notice a pattern here, in order to enforce laws which specifically targeted our community. Disparities through the roof, and all that racialized language that Biden was using back in the day. Let's go to Roe versus Wade. This is a lesser known one. I'm not going to pull up entire articles and everything for this. You can research this in your free time. But yes, Roe versus Wade was established based on a lie that some W women got SA by black men. That's how they were able to get this law passed. And this is no secret. Congress knows that the quickest way to get a bill passed is to make sure it targets FBAs in a negative manner, typically by framing us as criminals. So let's see if the anti-Asian hate crime bill followed the same pattern. This is important to remind you of. You had, for the most part, melanated Tethers committing random acts of violence against Asians, and they tried to pin that on us. You also had the mysterious pink hoodie wearers, who many suspect were linked to government agencies and specifically sent to drum up anti-Asian hate optics of black people being bad, attacking Asians. Well, we know damn well that's not the case. And let me add on here, allegedly, just so no one gets any ideas. They also use the celebrity class against us, telling us to do better. They got their favorite pet Negroes to show up, singing their tune, denouncing anti-Asian hate. So it's no surprise that they've got what they wanted. Just like almost any significant legislation that has passed, we were made to be the boogeyman so that this law would pass. Now ask yourself a question. If the propaganda surrounding this bill was specifically framing us as the perpetrators of the crime, how could this hate crime bill truly be for the benefit of us? Just something to think about. Now I'm going to play a video from Professor Black Truth, and in this video he specifically talks about pushing for an anti-black hate crime law. So let's give it a shot. But first I want to say fair use, fair use. This is for teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use.
This morning's briefing dovetails off of last night's in that it illustrates why we have to take a harder line on fighting anti-black racism, in this case, fighting for an anti-black hate crime law. And that includes not just thugs on the street who attack us, but also making sure that these thugs with badges also get hit with the law as well. You have right-wing nuts who are banning history books and pushing anti-black propaganda, saying that slavery was beneficial to the black people who suffered under it. Meanwhile, in Europe, you have grants, not loans, but grants being given by multiple governmental agencies to educate people about which of their ancestors, which is parents and grandparents in this case, were thought to have collaborated with the Nazis 80 years ago.
What did I tell you about grants? That's funding allocated specifically for a particular group. For those who don't know, grants do not need to be repaid. They're, for lack of a better term, chunks of free money allocated with a specific purpose.
And this is a public archive. This is going to be something that's going to be open to the public and will be used freely to point the fingers at people. Now, where are the efforts at to archive and publicize the names of anti-black racists who took part in lynchings or in the numerous genocides that took place where entire black towns were destroyed and their residents slaughtered? Where's the money for that?
My thoughts exactly. Where's the money for us? It's not enough to just say you're protected under the law. We need to know that there are resources at our disposal, just like the Asians got primarily for them. We saw that wording in California. We need to know that there's an enforcement arm and actual tangibles tied to the words of denouncing anti-black hate. You can call it symbolic, you can call it whatever you'd like, but whatever the Asians got, hey, make sure that we get that. Whatever all these other groups are getting that we're practically excluded from, just like the case of Curious Joel, just like the countless cases of Native Americans, many of which are $5 Native Americans. Earmarked funds. We need earmarked laws for protecting us.
Applying the pressure for the policies we require means that we have to talk about these things and talk about them frequently. That's how we put reparations on the map. We have to resolve within ourselves that we will no longer be held hostage to whether or not everybody else is perfectly pleased with us speaking up for what we are owed and for what it is that we need. The reason that reparations got put on the map is because we stopped caring who didn't like us bringing it up. If they were uncomfortable about it, then so be it. we're still going to be demanding what it is that we're supposed to have. We are not just the primary victims of hate crimes in America, we're the majority of hate crimes victims in this country. And many of these hate crimes are carried out by governmental agents to begin with. Making an anti-Black hate crime bill one of our demands is right up there with reparations. It's the kind of thing that we have to also add to the list that we mention it frequently. But promoting an anti-Black hate crime bill is also helpful in another regard. It's because these Negroes who white power installs in these governmental political positions, they can't openly oppose an anti-Black hate crime bill like they did a reparations bill under the guise, oh, it's a lot of money, and this is just some far-left claptrap, and it's sloganizing like nigga Jim Clyburn says.
This is an extremely important point right here. They cannot openly oppose an anti-Black hate crime bill. When you bring that up and you show that Asians specifically got all that wording, which pretty much no one was against, you cannot then turn around and say, yeah, it was good for the Asians, but not for you Blacks. It's a PR disaster, and one that we should be utilizing against these political scumbags.
They can't get out there and cheerlead against it. So instead, what they'll try to do is they'll just refuse to even talk about it. But the truth of the matter is they can't openly get out there and say, this is a bad idea. This is just far left nonsense. You're going to cost us elections. They can't do that. This is something that they would be terrified to speak against, which is why we have to hold their feet to the fire and we have to make sure that we put their backs to the wall. They can't try to dismiss it with a weak, feeble dodge like, it's politically unpopular, but at the same time, they can't afford to speak up for it either. It's a catch-22, and we should make sure we handcuff them to it.
Exactly. This is one of the main reasons why we must continue to push for an anti-Black hate crime bill. And you can use Freedman or any other status-based term that would be more legally viable, but the point is we need it and we deserve it.
Other groups have advocates, but that's because their demands are sanctioned by the government. Ours are not. But understand, no matter how pervasive these other groups claim the hatred against them may be, it's still nothing compared to us. The reason I began pushing the phrase anti-Black racism so hard was because of the ADL, believe it or not. Their name means Anti-Defamation League, but up until about 15 or 20 years ago, they had been known as the Jewish Anti-Defamation League. They dropped the Jewish at some point in the last 15 years, and yet their positions on the issues, their demands, and who they advocate for have remained exactly the same. See, when there's something other groups want, they are very specific about it, because they want to ensure that their demands, and hence the policies that they want, don't get watered down by including everyone else. And also, they want to make sure they get what they're after. And you know what? I don't really have a problem with that, so long as we get what we're after.
Exactly. The anti-Asian hate crime bill is not necessarily a negative. It's actually a positive because it exposes the hypocrisy in the system. And just like with all these illegal alien groups that popped over and got all these resources, some of us were paying attention and writing things down, because when they come around later on saying, oh, look, we don't have this, we don't have that, and we can't do this, we've got a whole entire list of the things they were willing to do for those specific groups, resources and funding that we could not get access to. Notice a theme here.
And nobody stands in our way. Our list of people who have committed anti-Black racist crimes against us, from discrimination to mass murders, is larger than anyone else. And not only is there not any sort of list of these criminals, but the government here has been actively protecting them from prosecution, and nobody abroad calls out for them to be punished either. What the Claims Conference is doing is, as their name implies, laying the groundwork for another round of reparations payments from those Dutch countries, not because the Dutch were the architects of the final solution per se, but because some of their citizens may have collaborated or merely sympathized with the ones who were. And this is a group based out of the US who's leading this effort. Well, we have every right to be heard on this, but we're not going to be doing any studies or taking any opinion polls or mounting any surveys for what it is that we're owed. We're not concerned with what anybody else thinks when it comes to the policies we require. The ability to punish those who would harm us is a crucial form of power. And like I've always said, power is far too important to be put up to a vote.
Speaking of votes, I want to point this out. Out of the 95 people who voted, only one said nay to passing this bill. Now, how many people under the sound of my voice think that these numbers would stay the same if the language was geared toward primarily was allocating resources specifically to us, denouncing any and all anti anti-black, anti-FBA freedmen, whatever term you want to use, hate. Do you think these numbers would be the same? This is the importance of pushing for an anti-black hate crime law. It allows us to expose the hypocrisy in the system. And after it passes, if it's packed with the language that we want it packed with, we'll have more practical ways of combating anti-black hate. So hopefully this video has been helpful. There's no way we're going to stop advocating for an anti-black hate crime law, and don't let anyone shame you for demanding what is rightfully owed, whether that's reparations or this anti-black hate crime law. So feel free to leave a productive comment in the comment section. Be sure to like and subscribe. And with all that being said, be one and be blessed.
And make sure that y'all like and subscribe to Front Line Blacc News. All right, thank you, Black Truth United. That was much appreciated right there. Yeah, so this is exactly why we need an anti-black hate crime bill passed into law to expose the hypocrisy of both the Democrats and the Republicans. They can do for all these other groups. They can do specific policy, specific tangibles for these other groups. Why can't they do it for us? So they have to continue to push that issue. Now, before we get to Wes Moore's tethered behind, we need to go over this damn statue, or at least hear from what Professor Black Truth had to say about the statue, because we already covered the statue in New York City of the black woman, which, if you ask me, she looks like Letitia James. So is this black woman a masterpiece or a mammy piece? Is this an honor or an insult? If you ask me, it's an insult. But let's see what the good professor has to say about this.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. I'm sure you've heard me often say that white supremacy loves a cruel prank, especially one that takes a long time to pay off.
Exactly.
By now, you've heard and seen the statue in New York City claiming to depict a black woman on display in Times Square. Now, it's the Times Square's art program that were the ones who commissioned this work. In fact, when you look at the Times Square official website, you see that there's a whole small army of people who are involved in this. You have funding provided in part by the Jacques and Natasha Gilman Foundation, Morgan Stanley, the New York State Council on the Arts, with the support of the Office of the Governor and the New York State Legislature, public funds from the New York City Department of Cultural Affairs in partnership with the City Council, and additional in-kind support from the Times Square Edition Hotel. So no matter what the British stooge who created this thing may try to tell you, it was the white money behind it who actually decided what it was going to look like. They were certainly the ones who looked and said, this is what we want the public to see. When governmental entities put out the call for some sort of public art, especially in a city like New York, you better believe they get absolutely inundated with submissions from around the world. After all, this is a chance for a big paycheck, but more than that, if you're an artist, this is the kind of thing that gets your name out there. It's something that every artist needs. So they had God knows how many tens, if not hundreds of thousands of submissions from around the world, and they chose one from this British guy whose previous works are also of overweight black women. Clearly this so-called artist who crafted this mess, he has a fetish of some sort for chubby chicks, and that's fine. But he needs to keep his own dysfunctions at home. And the reason that so many people are reacting the way that they are is because a statue in particular is supposed to be striking. It's supposed to be impressive. That's why you take out the time and the effort to have some sort of three-dimensional representation of a person engraved in stone or steel. The very medium itself, that's basically meant to say permanence. It's important. And keep in mind, these are your white liberals in a so-called liberal city of New York who commissioned this, perpetuating the mammy image and falsely claiming that it's all about body positivity. Why is it then that they never go on a crusade to put out a bunch of images depicting white women as being overweight, frumpy slobs? If this is all about body positivity, then it should be good enough for white women then, shouldn't it? But they don't do this with white women. They never do. When you put up a statue in public, it's supposed to be done as something that fits in with the pantheon of works that are in the public, and that means it adheres to classical standards. The point of putting an image in stone or steel is power. That's why you do it. Sculptures are not the same as paintings. Statues are about power. That's why they're usually much larger than human beings, and they're put on pedestals. It's meant to literally make them larger than life, and that's for a reason. This, however, wasn't done as an artistic statement. It was done as a social statement, one of ridicule. We got to be honest about that. The so-called Times Square art team behind this said that they thought of this as being an introspective meditation on humanity, and that it's supposed to give viewers a unique opportunity to experience Times Square in a new light and share in a moment of personal reflection and empathy amidst the hyperactivity of the district. Really? Showing a very large, obese black woman with her hands on her hips, dressed like she just came from a swap meet. This is supposed to inspire personal reflection and empathy. Now that is just some weapons-grade BS and nothing else. It's the same old usual suspects who are doing some dirt, and they're trying to pretend as if dumping a bunch of $5 words on top of it and a bunch of insincere, flowery prose is supposed to make this thing smell and look like something other than what it is. They know exactly what it is that they're doing, even if a bunch of black people have chosen not to. And of course, you got the usual gender war dead-enders doing their whole, well, black women are overweight shtick. Stop being stuck on stupid. Black women could, as a group, be fitness models, and these white people would still have put this out there. Hollywood made Hattie McDaniel the avatar for black women 80 years ago. Was that because all black women were running around being overweight? You look at the depictions of George Washington, and he's always shown as being physically fit, and a number of sculptures of him have the nerve to show him as some muscular, roided-up god. But the real George Washington was a pot-bellied, balding redneck from Virginia with rotten teeth. Elvis Presley is another one. He was an obese slob, especially at the end of his life, and yet not one of the statues of him shows him like that. Instead, they all show him the way he was as a young man, very young. Because when white people make statues of other white people, they want them to fit an ideal. It's meant as a way to glorify themselves. So let's stop making excuses for the inexcusable. Now, as you can see, I also included a picture of another famous New York City sculpture called Fearless Girl. You'll recall this one was put on display in New York City, and it was commissioned by State Street Global Advisors. That's an investment management firm. And of course, you notice that when these white people have a depiction of a little white girl, she's depicted as austere and dignified. Even the clothing that she wears is not sloppy, not sassy. She's not shown as being tired or worn down, as I've seen some people try to defend that other sculpture as being. See, Fearless Girl was meant to send a clear message about gender and feminine power. And it was no accident. They wanted to show a female figure challenging the power of Wall Street. And they made certain that it was a white female that they showed doing it, even though they, white women, are also one half of white supremacy. Look, even if you want to say that this statue is not significant, that's fine. In an existential sense, that's true. But we're not talking about abstractions here. We're not talking about the grand scheme of things. We're talking about the real world. And in the real world, the question is, why did these white people put time and money into putting something like this on display in the first place? It was white people in New York using their money that decided to put this on display in the first place. And we've seen this one before, plenty of times. Remember the so-called sculpture in Boston a couple of years back that we were told was supposed to be a memorial to Dr. Martin Luther King and Coretta Scott King? There was a controversy about that one too, because it was clear the people behind it went out of their way to choose something that was odd. This wasn't a monument. It was white people having themselves a typical sick joke. And that absurdity had to go through a number of different white committees before it was finally created, just like this sculpture in New York. So it wasn't just one or two bad actors here. This was a manifestation of the system of white supremacy that we're fighting against. Look at this thing. Two pairs of disembodied arms, faceless, and more of an oddity than anything else. This is how white power sees black people. Sources of labor and productivity, but not human beings. And just like with that statue in New York, they also made sure to have a front Negro as their crash dummy on this one too. Too many black people have deep-seated internalized racism and are so busy trying to impress white donors that they've become willing agents of anti-black racism. You know, your image matters. Your image is important, primarily because as human beings, we are image-based creatures. We take in fully 80% of our data through our eyes. Dr. John Henrik Clarke talked about the importance of protecting your image. As he put it, the white media is out to control image. If they can control what you see, then they can control how you see yourself. And if they can control how you see yourself, then they can control what you do about yourself. And even if your brain is stuck on stupid, and after all this, you still want to insist that this statue isn't so wrong, there's still one big problem that can't be denied. Nobody asked for this. Don't let anyone tell you that this was being done as a favor or a compliment to black women. It wasn't. This falls in the same category as making Juneteenth a national holiday. This is white power giving itself a gift, in this case, the public equivalent of a satirical gift card, and then lying through their teeth and claiming why they did this for you. Black Americans demand tangibles. They're trying to buy us off with gestures. If you're silly enough to try to praise this crap, it's because you're spiritually defeated. You're more willing to roll over and accept insults instead of calling them out and making it clear you're not going to accept anything other than the respect and honor that you're supposed to have. You teach people how to treat you. The bastards spit in your face and you decide to smile and say thank you, that teaches them that you like it. When people are used to losing, a lot of them will be so beaten down and defeated that they just stop fighting. In fact, a lot of them will just start trying to find ways to tell themselves it's not so bad. They'll try to tell themselves that the defeat is actually good for them. And that's how you dial yourself in to be oppressed for the long haul. And it's also wrong to use shaming tactics like black women are all overweight. First of all, that's not true. Second of all, black women didn't commission this nonsense. And also, public displays are not based on demographic statistics. They're based on ideal representations. Rather than being stuck on the object of this nonsense, you need to be asking about the people behind it. They're the ones who wanted this out here. It wouldn't exist without their money, and it wouldn't exist without their authorization. So if you're not focusing on them, you're missing the point. Though even if this statue was a dignified representation of a black woman, that still doesn't erase the fact that this isn't what black people are demanding. This is, even at best, a distraction, nothing more. Just like Juneteenth. You want to make a statue representing black Americans? Try one that shows us as we truly are. And that is a conscientious and courageous people who are the only ones with the guts to wage the fight for justice in the world today. Any depiction or representation of us that does not show us in our full power, that does not show us as the people that everyone ought to be looking up to, is wrong. Full stop. Though I would say that the only other acceptable representation of us would be to show us demanding what's ours, like reparations. Now that's a statement worth being put in Times Square. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Miss Debbie, Sean, Jack Smith, Terrence Pitts, and Deep Eye 904. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
I agree. Thank you, Professor Black Truth. Yep, I agree with everything Professor Black Truth said. This is another symbolic nothing burger. Do better, Democrats. This is the best y'all can do. A statue of a black overweight woman that looks ironically a lot like Letitia James. I'm just saying, so that's all y'all can do. Oh man, y'all gonna lose in 2026 and 2028. Y'all keep this up. So in more Democratic news, Westmore, another tether, along with Letitia James, vetoed the reparations bill in Maryland. I don't know if we get our East Coast correspondent up here. It's super late over there. But Westmore kills reparations bill. So first we're going to hear from Black Star TV 2.0. Shout out to him. Then we're going to hear from Tariq on their thoughts on why and how Westmore thought he could get away with this, and don't think it's gonna hurt him in the long run, especially since he calls himself running for governor or running for something. He's running for re-election. He's running for re-election in Maryland for governor, and he thinks that this is gonna help his chances of getting re-elected to vote his ass out immediately if you stay in Maryland. I believe the election is either this year or next year.
We'd rather get bogged down and, well, should they make $25 an hour or
Yes, right.
And this is dangerous, family. This is dangerous. This
Exactly. What does your risk?
And I'm out here in Maryland, and it's funny because he shared this out. Make sure y'all go to Amazon.com and go get that pre-order of Judicial Warfare. and the Premium Trap. I appreciate you for all your support.
Yeah.
How y'all doing on this Saturday afternoon? Man, I want to talk about Westmore and these Tethers. Family, we got to watch these Tethers because you know that he is from the Caribbean. And I'm out here in Maryland. And it's funny because he vetoed a slavery reparations study. He said the city needs to work on itself. Like, yo. Now, we know that this is a white supremacy play where they use non-foundational Black Americans to push a narrative that we don't need reparations. See, because these people come off as just like regular Black people. But hold on, I'm gonna show you something. And this is how we know he's a Tether. We know he's a Tether. See, June is Caribbean Heritage Month. Now, he said, I'm a proud of my Jamaican heritage and celebrate all that Caribbean community has brought to Maryland. For lessons of faith, resilience, amazing food and dance, let's honor all this community does to make our state greater and more vibrant. Caribbean Heritage Month. See, these people are strategically put in place to block our reparations claim. And I'm gonna show you another video. Hold on, before I get back into Westmore, I'm gonna show you another video. And this is dangerous, family. This is dangerous. Let's
exactly. What does your resolution really aim for? Is it that Black Americans of a certain economic level, are they being targeted? Is it everyone? Basically, it doesn't matter as to what economic level. It's pretty much all Black Americans. What about those individuals of any race that have a lineage going back to slave America? It doesn't matter.
So to be very clear, whether or not a Black Black descendant of American chattel slavery were able to break into the middle class, they are still, and they were able to do that despite the harms, despite the past injustices done to them. So they are not excluded from the reparation and the remedies therein.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Reparations is lineage based. Right. And again, see, they're trying to make Black America and try to push anyone who's Black as far as having a claim to our reparation. And no, it's lineage based.
Right.
Once you start making it race-based and allowing anybody to come in who isn't part of the lineage, it will automatically get shut down because it's illegal to do things based off race.
When we think about who traces their lineage back, that is again a debate that is used to try to silence the rest of this movement. It's a distraction tactic because what we want to do is instead of focusing on again what the system did, who did it, and what the impact of it was, we'd rather get bogged down in, well, should they make $25 an hour or should they be paid below a living wage, right? Should they have been educated, or if they're educated, is that disqualified? No, they're Black. If they are Black and they're descendants of slaves, then they were directly in the lineage of harm. If they are descendant of Jim Crow policies in this country, they are the direct descendant.
No, that's a different claim, and you have to get that outside of giving us ours. Right. Because now, just even think about it on a regular level. Let's just say we was just in a lawsuit. Like, you can't join my lawsuit and then benefit from the stuff that happened to me way over here. You come later and you get a little bit of harm done, and you think you about to get the same check as us. No, that doesn't even make any sense on a legal level. It just doesn't make sense. And these people are literally put here to, and they know that this will mess the claim up. They're not stupid. They know that trying to crowbar every other race into our reparation claim, regardless of what you have melanin or not, if you're not a foundational Black American, then you don't have ties to the claim, man. Right. It's just as simple as that.
Descendants and current living recipients of that harm. If they are living today, then we are still harmed by inequitable funding schemes of public schools. We're still harmed by being Black or brown or poor and living nearer to environmental hazards all over this country. If you are...
No, you're being harmed because you chose to be harmed. You chose to come over here. You knew all this stuff was going on and you still chose to come here. We never had a choice. That's like me moving to Africa and then I'm talking about, oh, well, I'm being harmed just like you guys. I deserve the same thing you do. No, I don't. I don't deserve the same thing as somebody in Africa when I just come over there and I've been over there for like 10 years. No, I don't deserve the same thing that they get.
who are Black in this country right now, you are still less likely to be able to acquire a loan. The interest rates are still higher for Black folks who are attempting to buy homes or go to school. We are still discriminated because of our hair, because of our names, when we go to get jobs.
That exactly. Is, and I hate these tethers because they are very, very dangerous, family. You got people like Kamala Harris who's saying things like, hey, thank you, family. I appreciate you. Affectionate Earth. Appreciate you. Be one. I hate it because, yo, man, they are strategically used to mess up our stuff. You got people like Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris literally said, yo, I'll never do anything that just benefits foundational Black Americans. Like, it has to benefit the whole group. But that's
so
not
I'm not
fair
gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit Black people.
Specifically benefit other groups. And they are strategically used to mess up our stuff. You got people like Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris literally said, yo, I'll never do anything that just benefits foundational Black Americans. Like, it has to benefit the whole group. But that's not fair to us because y'all do things that specifically benefit other groups, like immigrants, which they fall under. See, that's called double dipping, something that I'm realizing in these lawsuits, that they will make sure you don't get to do.
Yep.
You see, even on a legal term, you wouldn't be able to double dip. How can you double dip? And again, this is very, very, very strategic, and we have to watch these people. Like, they are absolutely put out here to distract and you know, mess up the reparations claim, because they know that this reparations, reparations is the absolute solution to our problem. You name any problem that foundational Black Americans are going through right now, reparations will solve it. The housing, the homelessness,
yep,
the debt,
yep,
the student loans,
yep,
you know, the health care,
yep,
you name it. Reparations and cutting checks will solve the problem.
Yep.
If majority of foundational Black Americans don't have health care, you cut a check and you get health care. See, it's as simple as that. Poverty breeds crime. You start cutting people checks, less crime is going to get committed.
Right.
And they know a lot of this. Yeah, man, we definitely shout out to Ray Rock Drummer. Yes, we definitely have to put extra effort into getting these tethers out of here, man. Yo, they are so in the way, and it's sad. It's sad that we've been getting finessed for this long. Obama, Kamala, like, you name it. He's the only governor in the whole country.
And
Westmore.
Yeah.
There's not another Black governor in another state. And then the one governor that is quote unquote Black happens to be Caribbean.
Mm-hmm.
It happens to be against reparations.
Just so happens.
You see? We got to get these people out. And I don't care if you are part of the lineage, bro. If you are against reparations, you got to get out of office.
Right.
We're not going with the whole, you want to give everybody else tangibles. You want to give everybody else, payments with stuff. But then when it comes to us, all of a sudden, everybody starts shuffling and buffling and giving us a whole bunch of word salad.
Mm-hmm.
Those days are over, man.
Over.
Those days are over. This is crazy. Because it's funny because I feel like between him, Cory Booker, probably not Hakeem Jeffries anymore, because Hakeem Jeffries just got caught up in that little puffy stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if this dude gets caught up in it either.
Right.
You feel me? And Cory Booker.
Oh yeah, they were all at the freak off.
Again, you know this. All these guys. Again, watch this. Obama, Cory Booker, Westmore, and Hakeem Jeffries. None of these dudes have facial hair.
None of them.
And they all seem a little wrist broken.
Yeah.
If you get my drift.
Yep.
They all seem like they got a little problem with their wrist.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? What's going on with the Democratic Party? I heard people say, man, this is the party of simps and and gays, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? And LGBT, like that's the Democratic Party.
Yep.
It's like that's who they cater to. They want to make sure they have some soft-spoken man that's down with LGBT rights and all of this stuff. You get what I mean? You gotta like low-key be on the border of that to like be a Democratic official. Yep. Think about it. Name the sturdy, strong black man that you would probably that's in the Democratic Party.
They don't exist.
None. Like none. All these dudes are dainty and soft and like we have no strong black men in the Democratic Party.
White supremacist power here in America. Yep.
Not one. You can't name me one. Even the guy from Georgia, what was his name? I forgot. He was running with what's her damn name? Stacey Abrams, but I forgot his name.
Warlock.
Damn, Marcel went down to his thing and was trying to get on. I forgot his name, but whatever. He a dainty dude too. Can't think of this dude's name at all.
Warlock.
But whatever, man. Listen, we have to put a stop to this. And again, I got to these tethers. I had got into it with somebody on Facebook, and I was like, you know, I don't think people know what black culture is. And again, a friend of mine, he's Jamaican, right? And we grew up together in part of New Jersey I'm from. And he was like, I was like, y'all, I don't even really think y'all know what black culture is. And he immediately put a picture of a Jamaican flag, right? Basically saying like, that's what black culture is. Like, because I was talking about how everybody tries to equate black culture with the degenerate part. So I'm like, do y'all even really know what real black culture is? And the first thing he put in my comments was a Jamaican thing. And I was like, yo, to be honest, bro, I was just really speaking on foundational black American culture respectfully. You feel me? And he's like, oh, this is what I mean. Everybody wants to, you know, separate and we all one black family and and watch this. I said, fam, name the black American public official who goes to the Caribbean or goes to Africa, gets in politics and undermines their people. Who does that?
Who does it?
Nobody on our end ever does that to anybody. You feel me? Nobody. Shout out to Polo Styles. Yeah, he is Jamaican, absolutely. And yeah, bro. Somebody was trying to say that his dad was FBA, but still, you still have dual allegiance. And again, we don't want anybody speaking up for us that has dual allegiance. You know what I mean? You got to be straight FBA, and you got to be with reparations too, because you can be straight FBA and still be cooning. You know what I'm saying? That's still a absolute thing, because we definitely got coons in our community. But again, they know that our coons are only going to go but so far, and this is why they like to use these tethers. One second, I'm recording. I'm recording. And so, and I lost my whole train of thought off that. But anyway, these tethers, they definitely need to go. Absolutely. Let me go back to the story with the guy on Facebook. So, you know, he was saying, yo, we need to all stick together. When I asked him that question, he never gave me an answer back. Like, yo, y'all come over here, y'all undermine us. Like, we don't want to work with y'all and work together. And he was like, oh, y'all ain't. I was like, bro, the only, like, y'all not getting it popping. And he was like, oh, y'all ain't. The last time Black Americans got something going was like 50 years ago. That's the last time y'all was fighting and getting it popping. I was like, whoa. And look how fast the animosity just got to switch up about us. Like, it just went straight from, yo, we all need to work together, to y'all ain't been getting shit popping for 50 years. Like, hold on. First of all, the Alabama brawl was just a couple years ago.
Right.
They just killed 2 KKK people in New York when they tried to come to that black neighborhood and with the KKK suits on, yeah, and got dunked on.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So yeah, you can talk all that we ain't got it popping in 50 years, but we have been getting it popping. And that's the reason y'all are over here, because of us getting it popping.
Oh, we're gonna cover that later, y'all.
You see, and that's why I said that was like a low key. That's why I said that was low key, like a little jab, because when I'm saying talking about degenerate culture, and Then when I say what's real black culture, you give me some Jamaican stuff. So that means you don't think that Jamaicans is part of the degenerate culture. See, when it comes to degenerate black culture, they're only looking at foundational black Americans. They don't look at degenerate black culture and say, yeah, look at those Africans. No, we got to stop killing each other. I hate our culture. You're talking about foundational black Americans. You're not talking about all black people. You're not.
Right. Yeah, and we're not.
Yes, they definitely stopping our reparations claim, man, and it's crazy.
Them days are over.
It's crazy that these people can get in here and like, yo, black people still will follow this dude. Like, he's still gonna have a following of black voters that's Democrat that still would want to vote for this brother, knowing them. And yo, you just shut down a study. This thing ain't even have this thing didn't even come with checks. This bill didn't even come with checks, and he stopped it. Got to get these people out of here, man. Yeah. It's too much. Y'all have too much of a bad track record of throwing us under the bus. And again, I still haven't got an answer to that question. I want to know a black American who goes to these other countries. Don't forget to hit the like button too. Who goes to these other countries and throw people under the bus. We don't go to y'all countries and then get in politics and just straight undermine y'all and make sure you don't get no resources and stop bills from y'all getting stuff. Like, we don't do that. So for y'all to come over here and feel comfortable to do it, and then keep trying to talk about all this black unity, and again, like, you never address the people in your community who doing the BS. Shout out to Kid Gravity, because he definitely said something about his Jamaican behind, saying, yo, I'm sorry for y'all. I'm sorry that he doing that to y'all. You feel me?
Yeah, shout out to Kid Gravity for that.
Kid Gravity is Jamaican.
Yeah,
he's not a teller.
No, he's a rider.
He one of us.
He's a rider, at least.
You know what I'm saying? But that's somebody like we would that's the type of Jamaican person we would want in office.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Somebody that's with our reparations claim, regardless of whether they would get some or not. You see?
For you and your dad.
When you can't be talking about unity and then sitting there trying to shoot down our progress and stop our progress.
2 months.
That's what all these people do. That's why
years.
What's her name? Kamala Harris flopped. She was too flip-floppy on her issues. She had no black agenda. Talking about, oh, whatever I do for the black community, everybody's going to benefit from, not just black people. See, when you start talking like that, you start losing voters. When you start talking like that, you start losing voters. You feel me? So, man, listen, get these people out of here, man. I wish they would do a super flood to send all these people back to their country. I'm dead serious, man. Y'all be swearing, y'all doing something over here, but you cannot do it where you came from. I don't get it. How does it not work there? How does it not work there? I need some answers, bro. Y'all, even the Spanish people, they love to talk about that shit a lot too. Like, they come, oh, we come over, we work hard, and that's why America is like, no. Why is Mexico the way it is, nigga? If you work so damn hard, y'all can't put a nail to a piece of wood over there, but you can do it here.
Yeah,
that shit is funny.
Yeah,
so it's definitely something that's going on over here before you get here, is as why you can get like that when you get here. Right. See, people made a path for you.
Yeah.
Already. So, it's no path where you come from.
Right.
That's why y'all over there low key rotten and shit, and then you want to slide your behind over here to come get up and have that quote unquote American dream. Yeah, it's a lot of hindrance in your own country from your own people.
Yeah.
Somehow you sit here and talk about how they be hindering you, and then you get over here and hate us, the people who don't hinder you at all.
Right. Make it make sense.
Think about that. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe button, man. Hit that like button, smash that like button, and please share this out. I need y'all to go to Amazon.com. Go cop these books, family. Please go cop these books. It drops Monday, May 19th. We got Judicial Warfare, Unmasking the Psychological and Economic and Judicial War on Foundational Black Americans. And we also got the premium track, The Street Hustle to Selling Call Options. Family, please make sure y'all go grab those. But yeah, back to this goofy, man. This dude's a straight goofy.
Mm-hmm.
And word, when is he up for re-election? Because we definitely going to have a campaign of Black people who make sure we get you out of office.
You get in the office.
And we need foundational Black Americans to be running in all elections. We're running for mayor, city councils, the Congressional Black Caucus, which is filled with a bunch of tethers. Like, we need our people to start running for office.
Yeah.
For governors, again, there's only one governor in the whole country, and he's Black, and that's this tether.
Mm-hmm.
Westmore is the only Black governor in the whole country. Out of 50 states, we got one Black governor. Oh, he's the first black. Nah, we ain't going without none of that. You the first tether.
Yep.
You the first governor tether. That's what it is, nigga.
Yep.
You feel me?
Yep.
But I'm gonna get up out of here, family. I just wanted to put y'all onto that, and we gotta stay up on these tethers and make sure we get them up out the paint. You hear me?
Yeah. We hear you, Black Star. I appreciate you for that. All right, so let's hear what Tariq had to say on the subject. It's making Governor Westmore, Jamaican American Governor Westmore vetoes reparations.
Subscribe. Darling Radio. Like and subscribe.
Truth only?
Yes.
What's up, Truth?
Yeah, I mean, I'm listening in. I don't disagree with anything you're saying.
Okay. So what's on your mind?
I think the FBA Blacks should actually take a stand that's worthwhile, right? And not see the people that aren't so anti-Black as enemies. You know what I mean?
I don't quite know what you mean. I don't quite know what you mean.
I mean, there's specific threats on both sides of the aisle, whether Black or not, is my point of contention, right? We're seeing a political shift in the minds of the people within the Western paradigm, right? And people have the pendulum has shifted more right? And I'd say the Blacks are going to end up taking a portion of that and making it as beneficial for their people as possible, right? But I just don't think the main enemy should be lost. That's my point. You know what I mean?
I'm
That's
not
all.
sure.
The same people that enslave the NBA players, right? Every single owner within the NBA, right? I'm not even going bashing the NBA players because I'm a fan of basketball. But my point is they're owned and used for entertainment. They're owned and used for rap. You know, like Black slavery or Black whatever hasn't really ended. It really hasn't. They have a specific role in American society. I'm someone that will agree with that point. And that's not something I want to continue. I think, you know, the powers beyond them are the threat that we face. That's kind of what I'm saying here, you know?
Now, you're Somalian, right?
No.
What are you?
No. I am from the U.S., from the United States of America.
Oh, man. Okay. Let's try it again, brother. What part of East Africa are you from?
No, so my father, right, is from the Middle East somewhere, and then my mother is Italian American.
Right.
But I was born and raised in the East Coast, the New York area. So that's pretty much where I'm at.
Okay. What part of the
Family.
Middle East is your family from? Because you are a Muslim. You're a Muslim, and that's fine. You're a Muslim.
What's wrong with that? That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
I didn't say anything was wrong with it.
Sure.
Didn't say.
Okay.
Why'd you get defensive about it? I didn't say nothing was wrong with that.
No. Okay. Yeah.
What part of the Middle East is your family from, brother?
So my father is Turkish.
Turkish. Okay. I like it over in Turkey. I've been to Turkey before.
Have you?
Have you
Where
been?
Have you been to Turkey?
Was it Istanbul? Was it Istanbul? That's the main city. We had to go there because
Istanbul.
Yeah.
Sure.
The beautiful.
Why'd you have to go there?
Actually, we were going to go to Paris. I was over in the Maldives, and this was around COVID was still popping, and then Paris, they banned flights from coming in from the Maldives because of COVID. So I couldn't go to Britain because I'm banned in Britain. So I had to go to Turkey.
You're banned in Britain?
Yeah.
What the f*** is that? Why is that?
Yeah.
Why is that the case?
Yeah, they banned me for about 5 years ago.
They don't ban the Muslims, dude, right? Like, you want to talk about something Muslim-wise.
Right.
They don't really ban the Muslims, so they're not banning you. Why are they banning you?
Because they kind of have a thing. They think I'm a little bit too influential and I talk too black. So they think I might rile.
You're too FBA for them, is what you're saying.
Yeah, they think I'm going to rile the people up over there. They think I'm going to get everybody riled up. But I had to go to Turkey as a stopover to basically come back to the U.S. So we just stayed in Turkey for a couple of days while we were there. So that was
Let me tell you something. I've lived in Turkey for about 2 to 3 years, right? Yeah. And the blacks within Turkey they're more African-like, right?
They are. A lot of Africans there.
I have friends, right? I played basketball. I've done a lot of things over there, and I had a friend from Côte d'Ivoire, which is Ivory Coast, right? And he could never wrap his head around the understanding of FBA culture, the whole N-word being used so loosely. He was extremely against it, even amongst his own, so it was very different, right? And he was, he's an educated individual. He actually ended up passing away, God rest his soul, from malaria, which is insane, right? He ends up going back to his own home nation, being confident enough, thinking that his body was immune to the mosquitoes, right? And so he ended up not taking whatever it was that he needed. He comes back to Turkey. When he comes back to Turkey, he gets heavily sick, and the guy ends up dying. So that's actually a crazy story that I have.
Well, that's
but God bless him. So
all right, my man. All right, hold on 1 second, because people are sending me stuff on you. Hold on, people are sending me some posts on you.
What do you think of that difference, though? What do you think of that difference, though, Tariq? That's my question.
The difference of what?
The difference between like the whole do you find anything wrong with the African minded individual that actually just sees FBA culture to be a little absurd sometimes, or do you think they come from a place of
nobody?
Do you think they're genuine or not?
Nobody can. No one is at liberty to say anything about our culture is absurd at all. Right. Nobody. They can't say anything about our culture. Our culture is the most iconic culture, and it's the culture that built this nation. Right. And this is the culture that they want to come to. American culture is foundational Black American culture. Everything great about this country, we got a fingerprint in. So that's our culture. Our culture is greatness. Yeah, we might have a little ratchetness here and there, but we balance that out with the greatness and the icons of our culture.
Can you be specific? Can you be specific in the greatness, just so I know you're referring?
The hundreds of thousands of inventions, the culture of our music, the culture of our activism, our icons who are foundational Black Americans who have stood up for other people, the Frederick Douglasses, the Ida B. Wells, the
Muhammad Ali. Would you consider Muhammad Ali? Okay.
Absolutely. Elijah Muhammad, Malcolm X, Betty Shabazz, the list goes on. We have icons in foundational Black American culture who inspire the world. That's what I mean. So yeah, other groups, unfortunately, and
that's for sure, dude. That's for sure.
Right. So yeah, they got to show respect. They got to show respect to that. But then let me get some more calls. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. Yeah. Yeah, I don't care about no foreign tether saying anything about our culture. They're not at liberty to say anything about our culture.
Right.
Oh, no. Nobody at all. Rob LaRoche, what's happening? Rob LaRoche. All right, Rob.
Hey there, how are you?
I'm good, Rob. How are you?
Fantastic. My parents just got back from Turkey 2 days ago.
Oh, cool. How they like it?
They loved it. They loved it. They went on a cruise there, and they it was like a 2-week cruise, and they had said they loved it.
Wow, have you been there?
Pictures. I have not been, but I've seen a bunch of pictures. I've researched it online a little bit. I've been close. Cool. I've been to Spain. I've been to some Russia and some other places like Portugal and stuff. Not too far from there. But
yeah. Let's see. So what's on your mind tonight, Rob?
Man, I guess there's just a lot of stuff on our shoulders this week.
Yeah,
it's been a big week.
Yeah. So what's on your mind? Come on.
I was also curious why they give you so much shit about going through England or UK. What's the problem with that?
Yeah, they banned me. They banned me because I have a big audience over there, and when
how big is your audience?
Yeah, when I did a lecture over there in a damn concert hall and sold it out.
Michael's the one that broke.
That's awesome.
To me.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Because this dude's just babbling on Tariq's Twitter space. But yeah, Michael broke the news to me that Westmore had vetoed the reparations study bill. He says Andy Ellis, a gubernatorial candidate, knew that Governor Westmore was not going to sign the Reparations Commission into law. I said it. Remember, Michael? I was like, I don't think he'll sign it. I think he's going to veto it. I said, if he didn't learn from Gavin Newsom, he's going to veto it. And sure enough, that's what he did. He pulled a Gavin Newsom on Maryland. We shout out to Andy Ellis. Obviously, Moore knew that he could not afford to lose support from white people. Oh my God. Westmore is a tether, a bootleg tether. And he needs to get voted out of office for real.
There's nothing wrong with that.
So they're trying to weaponize that and try to use it against you to
Yeah, they're like, I guess I talk too black. So they're like, okay, they think I'm a little too radical. They think I'm going to rile the people up over there because when I go there, I get a lot of access to the media. They have me all on the media over there. And when I'm, I talk like I talk now. I talk about white supremacy and everything. They're like, nah, yeah, you won't, you're not conducive to the good of the nation here. That's the official answer they told me. They said,
so it's like some Clockwork Orange shit.
Yeah, they said the official answer is that my presence is not conducive to the good of the country. That's the official answer.
And what's the good of the country then?
I don't know.
What the hell does that mean?
I don't
What's the definition of that?
I know this shit is so vague. It's vague as
hell.
Yeah. So, but yeah, they let me know. Hey, man, you bring your ass over here, we gonna get thrown in a dungeon somewhere, just like they did our brother Chris Brown. Chris Brown went over there. And, they arrested him for something from 2023. So.
Wasn't he in the are you following the whole P. Diddy trial going on?
Oh yeah.
What's your thoughts on that?
This is like a high-powered money grab. I don't think it's not trafficking at all. I don't think it's trafficking whatsoever. This is a big old finesse. This is to fleece Diddy of all of his money.
Didn't his house burn? Didn't his mansion burn down in like L.A. on the fires and shit?
I don't know. I don't remember.
I think it did.
Okay, probably did. It might have. But yeah, with the Diddy thing, yeah, this is a money grab. Thank you for the call, by the way, Rob. I'm gonna get some more calls. But yeah, the Diddy thing, this is a money grab, and also it's a, concerted effort by the white supremacists to make sure a black man doesn't pass down all of those resources. These people actively stop that from happening. This case is actually bogus as hell. As a black person, you better not be co-signing this bullshit, bogus ass case. I don't give a damn how much you dislike Diddy. I dislike the feds more. Yeah, you can have whatever issue you got with Diddy, but yeah, I ain't co-signing no railroad ass
Black Americans
nonsense like this case. This case is garbage.
He needs to.
This case is garbage, and it's unraveling for the prosecution. It's not really looking too good for the prosecutions. So, you know, Diddy's lawyers, they're cooking. They're getting Cassie to spill all the beans, and they're asking the right questions, and you know they're painting the finger, they're painting the picture that basically this wasn't no trafficking. This woman wanted to be around Diddy. In fact, I think when Diddy was trying to break it off or whatever, she wanted to stay. All this stuff where she was forced, no, she didn't want no other women coming around. When Diddy had other women or whatever, the thought of other women, oh, she was getting mad and jealous. She didn't want to leave. You understand? And truth be told, listening to what they're saying and some of the stuff Cassie was doing and how damn freaky she was, to be honest,
and it's gonna cost.
I think Cassie was the one turning Diddy on to all that freaky ass shit. It sounds like she was the one introducing him to all of this freaky stuff.
Well,
because she was with it. Yeah, it wasn't no coercing. This woman was damn near begging for dick and freaking off and all of this stuff. So we got to really look and see what's going on here.
Going to debate.
But yeah, the jurors, again, we're talking about the jurors.
I thought they had an election going
white males on there, something like that. And
I hope he wins.
They said it was 2 black men. And we don't know where those black men are from. We don't know.
She was groomed.
And that's very important because they could be Tethers.
Who groomed her, though?
And that's the thing. And a lot of Tethers, they love seeing a foundational black American man or woman or anybody get taken out of their spot. They love that. They secretly relish that shit. We got to be very honest. Speaking of Tethers, Maryland mayor, not mayor, what am I saying? Governor. He's the only, quote, black governor that we have right now in the country, which means nothing, by the way, but the only black governor that we have, Wes Moore, he just vetoed a bill for reparations for the state. They were going to put together a task force for reparations.
Yeah.
He vetoed that.
But that don't mean that
he
was doing.
He was like, oh no, we're going to focus on something else.
I mean, she wasn't too young. I mean, she said she was 21.
That's that Pan-African coalition, right? Listen, there's a reason why they get these non-FBA Tethers. The white supremacists know what they're doing. They know how to elevate these people, and they do it for a reason. They do it for a reason. They know these people, anything that's going to be about restorative justice for foundational black Americans, they know these people are going to crash it out. They know these these non-FBAs, they don't have no lineage-based ties to us or our struggle. You know, Wes Moore, his family's Jamaican. So they don't have the same generational trauma, the direct connection to the reparations claim, the ancestral ties here. So they can easily dismiss or deprioritize our policies without any type of internal conflict. And these people, they love exploiting the first black optics. Because Wes, he was talking about, I saw somewhere he was talking about the first black this and the first black senator there and the first black that. They love talking that. That's a nothing burger. That's a damn nothing burger. White institutions, they love to promote that, the optics of diversity. without addressing systemic harm. See, foundational Black Americans, we want to talk about our lineage and what was done. Non-FBAs like Wes Moore, they put them in as the symbolic first, the first Black governor, the first Black CEO.
Yeah, he's another.
And that's to basically pacify demands without delivering substance. And then they use their ethnicity as a shield while withholding tangible benefits and tangible justice for foundational Black Americans. That's why with Obama, first Black president, Kamala Harris, the first Black female vice president, and all that old bullshit. And they make sure that these people do not come from our lineage. Because if you bring these people in from our lineage, we got to talk about what this first really means for the lineage and what we've gone through to get a person here. Bringing in a tether, that's kind of a slap in the face to our lineage, because they know these tethers are not going to bring justice for the lineage. You understand? They know that these people are going to have no problem avoiding lineage-based benefits. And they know that these people are going to prioritize immigrant agendas over foundational Black American needs. Wes Moore loves caping for other immigrants. His fellow immigrants, he bends over backwards for them. Boy, you go on his Twitter, he's talking about DACA and all of that stuff. But he vetoes our shit.
Yeah.
You understand? And you wonder why we delineate?
Right.
And people talking about we're divisive. We should have divided from these damn dusty ass hateful tethers a long time ago.
Right.
All they do is get in positions to sabotage us. That's why the Congressional Black Caucus don't do anything. They flooded with tethers who look out for their fellow immigrants while talking about the first Black this and the first Black that family. We have been getting finessed for the longest by these white supremacists and their tether ass puppets.
Yep.
And see, the white liberals, they favor that immigration over the Black American empowerment. And I won't even just say the liberals, the conservatives too, because the white liberals and the white conservatives, they play the same game. They get foreign tethers and elevate them.
Yeah.
Like the Republicans, they had Winsome Shears over there in Virginia, the lieutenant governor. She's a Jamaican tether who's always integrating our damn lineage. Talking about we need to get over slavery. But she was at some damn Holocaust museum kissing ass. Oh, never forget. We's ain't gonna never forget.
Andy Ellis.
When it comes to us, y'all pull yourself up by your bootstrap and get all that. Let that slavery shit go.
Yes, not with Black Americans.
They play that game with us.
Plan.
They got Byron Donalds out there. I think he's trying to run for
Michael
governor or mayor, something down there in Florida.
Salute.
That's another tether. He's a right-wing tether. It's a Caribbean family. Got on the Breakfast Club talking about we shouldn't get no reparations. So he's vehemently against reparations.
What did it look like
for us?
I mean, I would love to.
So we got to watch this thing.
If you would stand a chance in Maryland.
We got to watch, because see, the white power structure, they use these tether classes. They use them as gatekeepers. White institutions, they select these non-FBAs to represent Black America. Because the white supremacists see them as safer, more compliant. They're less likely to disrupt the status quo. So they're buffers. Their job is to block any radical, quote unquote, Black agenda. Anything that has to do with wealth redistribution or challenging systematic white supremacy, everything that has to do with that, their job is to sabotage it. And they come in and they undermine foundational Black American movements by claiming unearned solidarity. They always run around here talking about this shared Blackness while rejecting FBA-specific remedies. And, they create a lot of confusion, a lot of disunity, and they pretend to speak for all Black people, while they go out of their way to undermine the very group whose ancestors laid the groundwork for the civil rights and Black political power in America. And
he's not. I've seen that.
A lot of what they do, they like to try to redefine Blackness on white terms. They love doing that.
Which where is a joke.
They like to reshape the definition of black into like this global apolitical identity. It removes all of the revolutionary legacy of foundational Black Americans. So what they do, they like to create this one big Negro homogenized version of blackness, and that allows corporations, politicians, and other institutions to basically promote diversity without acknowledging America's foundational sins.
I believe it.
You see? So they know what they're doing. And they like to encourage policy that benefits other people at foundational Black Americans' expense. See, under non-FBA leadership, we see all of these programs meant to uplift us. They all get restructured to serve immigrants, LGBT groups, people of color, and all of it erases our specific suffering.
Yep.
They always get Tethers to do this, family.
Always.
Remember, Kamala Harris. Don't ever forget Kamala Harris, how treasonous and treacherous she was. That woman was bending over for immigrant groups, writing blank checks. They are all just caping for immigrant groups. And when you ask, okay, what are you going to do for Black people? Oh, I'm not going to do nothing that's only going to benefit Black people. Oh, no. I'm going to drunk babble when it comes to y'all. I'm going to get drunk and just babble like a damn barfly. But these Tethers, they neutralize the urgency of foundational Black American reparations claims. See, when these Tethers get up here and they start vetoing reparations bills, they're sending a message to white society. They're sending a message that, well, Black people, we aren't unified on this issue. Yeah, so that kind of weakens the political urgency, and that gives cover to the white politicians and donors to keep denying justice, because they say, well, we wanted to get reparations, but Wes Moore didn't want to do it. If we wanted to, us hunkies, we wanted to. I know you call us hunkies, but yeah, us hunkies, we wanted to give you reparations, but it was your guy. It was your own. It was Wes Moore who vetoed it. Oh my God. That's cat.
Right.
They know what his get down is.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they put him in power.
Yeah, to hell with him. To hell. Swear too.
They know what they're doing. They elevate these Tethers. They know that these Tethers don't owe us nothing. So, the Tethers are easier to control. They know that. And look, a lot of the Tethers, they understand that these people are just grateful for inclusion. They're not focused on any kind of repair. Them coming over here is a form of reparations. I've heard some of them Tethers say this shit. That's a come up. They got unearned benefits. So a lot of African and Caribbean immigrants, they view America as a land of opportunity. It's not a place of ancestral trauma like we see it. I see this is a place of ancestral trauma that my family built, and everything great. We built it. It's not the land of opportunity. We created all the damn opportunities.
Right.
Yeah, so that's nothing exciting. We had to create it. So yeah, we're not jumping up celebrating. Yeah, we got to sit down for a minute. We did a lot of fighting to create these opportunities. So we look at the opportunities different. Yeah, we created these opportunities. But the Tether class, it's like hell. I get to come on in and everybody did the hard work and I just get to walk on through without any bruises. Oh, this is great. And then I get to wag my finger. Oh, you niggas get up and stop complaining about the white man and build your own niggas. We start getting lectures from these Tethers, who just waltz on in after we had to kick in the damn door.
Right.
And the Tethers, again, their mindset is conditioned to assimilate, not confront. So that makes them the ideal tokens for white-dominated systems, especially if they want to appear inclusive without addressing historic harm. And again, they know that the Tethers, they're going to speak the language of diversity, not justice. See, the white institutions, they prefer the immigrants who's going to come in and focus on diversity, minority advancement, Black and brown, and all that shit. Instead, we're like, hey, we're talking about lineage based for foundational Black Americans, for freedmen. So non-FBAs, they're more comfortable pushing these symbolic gestures over material demands because they already got theirs coming over here. To them, hell, running water is a come up. A flushing toilet is a come up. They ain't about to mess that up so they can go back to the shanty town. So that's why they fight us tooth and nail. Like, nigga, don't do make it bad for me. I don't want to go back to the village.
Don't have opportunities to come back.
And also they use these tethers to basically criticize foundational Black Americans so that the white supremacists won't look like the racists they are. White society, they use tether classes and tether politicians to scold and lecture and shame foundational Black Americans for so-called perceived failures without backlash. You see, when Kamala Harris and Barack Obama, when they start talking down to Black men, you know, they try to wheel Obama around and try to talk to Black men. You musty, moist tether. He's always trying to wag his finger to us. See, that turned me off about Obama.
Right. Just hell with on Sam too.
Early on. So yeah, when they start talking about Black men and how we need to be more responsible and do better, you know, the dominant society, they look at that as in-house criticism. So it's like, okay, yeah. They're having an internal spat, and we have our Negro spewing all of our talking points for us. You know? But yeah, the dominant society, they look at the tether classes as more professional and less angry. And they're not going to rock the boat. You can underpay them, you can throw them some peanuts, and they're not going to complain. Whereas us, we're going to be like, hey, man, let me holler at the supervisor. I'm going to have to get a raise. Yeah, I'm going to have to get a raise. I'm going to have to get some dental benefits. I'm going to have to get mine. We're going to be on that vibe. Yeah, we ain't really trying to work for peanuts no more.
Yours, I got to get mine.
But they know the tether class are going there. They're just happy to be there. They're just happy to not be in the damn village no more. And they don't have a problem doing the dirty work for the white supremacists coming in to undermine us. Yeah? Real shit. Yeah. Speaking of tethers who undermine us, let's get Bushmeat Barrister in here.
Because we wanted to appease white people.
Hey, Tariq, how are you?
I'm good, Bushmeat. How are you?
I'm well. I'm pretty sure you are fully aware of what happened in New Orleans with all those inmates escaping. Am I right?
Yep. Yeah, they got about 3 of them. They caught about 3 of them already, right?
Yeah, they caught about 3 of them. I'm just wondering, if those inmates were white, do you think they would have had a better chance of, escaping? Because white people tend to have higher IQs than Black people, so they probably would be much more focused on being able to stay away from prison. They have more strategies. Do you think that white people, if those prisoners were white, probably would be?
Then give me an example of a high IQ white person who broke out of prison and stayed. Give me an example.
A high IQ white person?
Tell any of them. You said the whites got the high IQ, so tell me the ones who broke out and stayed.
White. Well, nothing's popping up in my mind.
So you just kissing white ass for no reason.
No, I'm just saying that usually.
Right.
But usually,
all right.
But yeah, three.
Bushmeat Barrister, he's a Nigerian tether. That's a perfect example. See what I'm saying? These people just kiss white ass for no reason. He's up here killing high IQ white people. Yeah, okay, well then name the high IQ white person who broke out and stayed out. I don't know. It's probably out there. As much as I love me some white folk. See, perfect example, ladies and gentlemen. Real-time example of a groveling white ass kissing tether. Now, those are the kind of people, ladies and gentlemen, that they elevate. Yeah. Can you imagine Bushmeat Barrister as a politician?
Oh my God.
And all the damage this little musty Negro would do? You know what I'm saying? All that white ass kissing. I saw another tether I think she's from either Cameroon or South Africa. I should have retweeted her ass. She was up here caping for the white people in South Africa. She was like, well, the white people, they know how to cultivate the land. The people over there in South Africa don't know how to cultivate the land. We need them white people over there. And she's over here. This woman is a professor down in Alabama somewhere. Man, they've weaponized tethers on our ass, man. We got to be very honest. They done weaponized these tethers.
Yeah.
That's some heavy shit, man, how they've infiltrated us with these spiteful, hateful ass Tethers. It's amazing that we got these little sleeper cells of Tethers who come around us trying to undermine us, and we don't even know it. They blend right in many times. But now they're not blending in like they used to, because now we're asking questions. When people come around and their actions are a little funny style, we're like, hey man, wait a minute. Hold on. All white people ain't bad. Really? Where are you from, man? Wait, what does it matter, nigga? I'm an American citizen. No. Yeah, you can tell somebody's foreign when they get defensive. Notice that with the Tethers. When you ask somebody where they're from and they start getting defensive, that's the first sign of a Tether, ladies and gentlemen. That's the first sign of a Tether. When you start saying, hey man, where your family from? What does it matter, nigga? I was born in Cleveland. Okay, calm down, my nigga. Calm down, all right? You're clearly foreign. You don't know, nigga. We're the same. I'm an American citizen. All right. Ubuntu. All right. What's up, Cam?
That's great. I just want to speak about the Diddy thing.
Yeah.
I would say they don't have enough evidence for what they're trying to charge him on.
Right.
But it's only like
2 weeks ago.
the first week. There's 8 more weeks to go. But I'm going to say this. For decades, black folk used to call Diddy evil. They thought he killed Tupac and Biggie. They made a whole bunch of videos. It was mostly black folk doing that. But now, all of a sudden, they're trying to get him. They're trying to put an innocent black man in prison. I think the switch up is kind of funny, but it's interesting to see. But I think he's going to get off, because what they're trying to get him at is not working.
Right.
He's just a freak. That's all.
Right. And I won't even say it's a switch up. Now, the thing is, yeah, like I said earlier, people might have their reservations about Diddy. You might not like him for whatever reason. But the thing is, we dislike the feds more. All right. The feds have done way more egregious things to black society than Diddy has. All right.
Yeah, that's a fact.
You know what I'm saying? These people, they done killed many of our leaders. The feds are not a friend of black society. So we know their track record.
Yeah, and the feds has always been on Diddy ever since the 90s. So.
Right. So again, when we see something funny style going on, this case looks real janky. This the feds doing what they do. Any type of prominent black person, they start doing the Birdman hand rub and take them down. They either kill them, incarcerate them, or bankrupt them. So yeah, we're not people who got sense, Foundation of Black Americans, we're not co-signing what the feds are doing. Yeah, I dislike the feds more than I dislike Diddy. All right. Let's get TBC in the building. TBC, what's happening? TBC, what's happening?
Are you ages?
All right, you can unmute your microphone. That'd be great if you can unmute that mic. And if you, there you go.
Thanks for the mic, man. What's up, brother?
I'm good, T. How are you, man?
You fucking tripping on Cleveland, man? You know, you haven't been to Cleveland, Ohio in a while, have you?
No, it's not. I've not been. No, not. You thought I ripped on Cleveland?
Yeah, everybody rips on Cleveland, so don't worry.
No, I got a lot of my.
We all forgive you.
No, I'm cool with Cleveland. I love the Ohio family. So what's going on with you, man? What's on your mind?
Man, what's all this racism talk I hear about? Down with the whitey. Jeez.
Now, who's trying to be down with whitey? Who said that?
You said that.
No, God, y'all anything. I swear, when we start talking about black empowerment, why do y'all reinterpret it as y'all gonna get the
whitey?
Why y'all think we're gonna get you? Y'all always got some boogeyman.
Go get us. No. Hey, no, man, we get you. Remember, you got it all messed up.
Right. Y'all already got us. I mean, systematically.
Yeah, we did that a couple hundred years ago.
Right.
Crap, man.
So now, yeah, some of the ancestors.
What's up, Hey, thanks for letting me up, man. It's good to meet some new folk up in here. There's a lot of heads up in this.
Yes, it is. We're in here real deep. We're in here very, very deep. Thank you. Okay, another drunk white man. He's drunk. Yeah. The ancestors getting that ass. All right. Let's get Will. Let's get Will in the building. Yeah, a lot of the The white people are always shocked to see so many people in here and us talking about black stuff. When it's a lot of people and you talking black talk, well, they go on alert. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Is it you're gonna get Whitey? Are you gonna go get the hunkies? Are you gonna get us? What are you gonna do?
Hi, I'm Mateo. Do you want to learn about hidden heroes?
Yep, that's their biggest fear right there. Oh shit. So there you have it. Westmore is a bona fide tether. If you live in Maryland, do not vote for his ass. Support Andy Basir, as Michael Pan has put in the chat. He supports direct lineage-based cash payments, and he has modified his platform to display such. So, and Michael has got him to get the language right. So, shout out to Michael Pan for the work he's been doing as an Asian ally for our reparations. And yeah, to hell with the Green Party, to hell with Jill Stein, to hell with the Butch Ware. Butch Ware, you need to just hang it up. Politics is not for you. And if you live in Maryland, support Andy Ellis, who I believe, is he still running? Which party is he running under, Michael? Is he still running under the Green Party or what? What party is he running? Or is he under the Freedom Party, Cornel West Party? All right, Lady Che. What are your thoughts on Westmore vetoing the bill and the reparations bill in Maryland?
I'll sleep through that whole thing.
Oh.
And then remember I was sleeping.
Yeah.
Who the fuck I am? Pretty stupid. Last one. His name is dumb.
Yeah.
You don't believe in reparations anyway, right?
It was just a study. Basically put a Gavin Newsom.
Yeah.
So like Michael was saying, it comes from the corporate elite of the Democratic Party.
Democratic ticket.
Yep.
Not really.
And he's the only black governor in the United States.
That's spot up. Being the governor is like being the president of your state.
Yep. And he's running for re-election. Is he running for re-election, Michael? He got in during the start of the pandemic. Westmore is running for re-election in Maryland. Yep. Okay. This year, or is the election this year or next year? Next year, okay. That's what I thought. I wasn't sure though. Okay, yeah. So he's running for re-election next year. So he thinks this is his way of getting in the good graces of the whites in Maryland. He said, basically, we're not ready or some dumb shit like that. All right, thank you, Lady Che. All right, so moving along.
I have no opinion.
In other news, the Boers have arrived, as Shabaka was saying. The Boers, otherwise known as the Afrikaners, the so-called South Africans, the white ones, have arrived via the dump, as in human shit. I want to make that perfectly clear. In 2022, not too many white people voted for Westmore. So he think that he gonna get in their good graces by doing this. Okay. So I got a series of videos on this, so let me see. Well, I'm gonna start this out, but I'll start with Black Alpha Network first. So the South African refugee invasion has begun. And I'm not gonna play the whole thing.
Refugees, white South African refugees. And just so we're clear, there are black South Africans as well that I'm sure are also facing a lot of the horrendous stuff that these white South Africans were facing. But we decided to bring the white one.
Well, this racist administration.
Watch this dude. This dude is literally about to cry. He's having so much of a melanated migrant breakdown. He's about to cry.
Terrorizes Latinos across.
So the immigrants that are already here are upset about this, and they're making their frustrations known.
America. Some who have been here all their life have done the right thing, go to their appointments, do the right things, and then be arrested at their appointments. And then some who go to work and live their daily lives day by day, graduate from high school, go to college.
Put a violin in the chat.
Not committing criminal acts, working jobs and paying taxes like everybody else. But this administration, they're racist ass thugs, go and kidnap these people, terrorize their kids, make their kids cry, and then we're going to welcome open arms.
Watch, he's about to start getting real teary-eyed, y'all. Watch this.
These people right here. If this ain't all-out racism, I don't know what is.
Look at him. Look.
Sickening, man. Sickening.
He about to cry. Family, the male Tethers have jumped over the melanated Tethers, and he is about to cry. You about to cry on camera. I bet you weren't doing that with the Carmelo Anthony situation.
Right.
I bet you weren't doing that when y'all was making them videos saying, how come the black community don't want to help me? Nah, bro. Go ahead and cry me a river, Jorge.
Right.
These people right here. If this ain't all-out racism, I don't know what is. Sickening, man. Sickening. And I shouldn't hold no ill will toward these people because it's not their fault. And I really wouldn't have no problem with them coming here. if the other side was treated the same way. But this is about what it is. Make America white.
Obviously.
And treat Latinos who have worked in this country and paid taxes like shit. But you Latinos for Trump are the biggest embarrassments to your old damn selves. Look at your self in the mirror. Ain't nothing white about you, pendejo. Donald Trump and his racist ass supporters.
The Trump oh, bruh. No. Let's peel it all the way back in, family, and cook on him. Check this. The more he sat there, he was really getting teared up. Like, he started blinking. He was, like, about to cry. These people are hurt right now. They're very, very hurt because they thought they were white. They thought they were white. They thought that they were going to get some type of access. See, the problem with all of these melanated immigrants is that they feel that they're going to flex whiteness on us, but they're not white people. And what Donald Trump has showed them is that they're not white people. And they don't like when we tell them that they're not white, but they can't stand it when the dominant society tells them that they're not white. Basically and theoretically, they have been talking that talk about us for so long, and Donald Trump just came out and told them, you're not white. You thought you were, but you're not at all. And I could show everybody all the crazy things that they were talking about foundational Black Americans just 5-6 months ago. Hell, just about 3 weeks ago. They were making all those videos about how come we don't save them. The same way that the South Africans had all that energy directed towards us simply because we were not going to go out there and cape for them. That's the same thing that the Latinos were doing. That's the same exact thing. Every day there was a new video. They were getting snatched out of trucks, out of cars. ICE was pulling up, breaking glass, snatching grandma up by the ankles. They would grab Miss Gonzalez by the ankle, grab a goddamn fajita, and pull them both out the goddamn car. And what was their response? They would get up, they would dust themselves off, go home, get on the internet, and make a TikTok video about our lineage. Misguided, unnecessary FBA hate has consequences. Yep. And now everybody is getting the consequences of being too hyper-focused on us when you got way bigger problems. And he right there is understanding that way bigger problem, and it's called Donald Trump, and it's called a wake-up call. And it's called you not white and you've never been white. And foundational Black Americans, it's not our job to save you. And notice this too, y'all. This allegiance that they've been trying to speak about, the Black and brown, now they're really starting to set in. They can't find one. They can't find an allegiance. Neither can the South Africans, because we've been taking notes and finding everything they've been saying. So they've been very quiet on the Latino side of town. The Latinos have been so quiet. I haven't heard anything. And did y'all hear the malice he had towards the Ukrainians? Let me tell y'all, when they talk about immigrants, they don't realize that's how Donald Trump, J.D. Vance see immigrants. And I also want y'all to notice that they're not calling them immigrants, they're calling them refugees. So they gave them a nice little name. They said, I'm gonna tell you what, y'all gonna be the immigrants, y'all gonna be the migrants. And remember, Donald Trump even said, let's call them illegal aliens. But we gonna call these people refugees. Every single double standard in the system of supremacy that we've always known, they are finding out right here today. And hating on FBA has been so problematic for all of them. So I want to send another shout out to Mr. Estrada. And I want to send a shout out to Mrs. Gomez and Rodriguez and Ramirez. And just let you know that you thought you was a W, and now you're finding out that you were never a W. And all that anti-blackness that you've been kicking on foundational Black American, it didn't pay any dividends, did it? No, it didn't. And you did that to you, and foundational Black Americans are just moving right along. And it goes for all of these people. Because remember this too, family. When we start talking about what we've done and who we've rode for, foundational Black Americans have rode for everybody every single time and every moment. As we talk about apartheid, family, they weren't talking about apartheid in South Africa like we were talking about apartheid in America. Yeah. Those of us who are old enough to remember, back in the early 1990s, late 1980s, the whole thing, really throughout the 80s, but in particular, the late 1980s, early 90s, the whole movement of stopping apartheid and Nelson Mandela. If you remember the Malcolm X movie that Denzel Washington played phenomenally, the Spike Lee film, at the end of that movie, Nelson Mandela's in there. At the end of that movie, Nelson Mandela shows up. We were riding for them. And what did the South Africans ever do for us? Family, that's a lifetime ago. You're talking about 30 years. They ain't said thank you. We ain't got a thanks. We ain't got a hello. We ain't got to say appreciate it. They ain't never did nothing. How many of y'all remember, what's the word Johannesburg? That's what they used to say back then. They weren't talking about Johannesburg then. All right. And Nelson Mandela, to be real, fam, a lot of brothers and sisters here in America, we looked at Nelson Mandela and said, what have you ever contributed to foundational Black Americans? Remember, the dominant society was loving Mandela. I remember when Mandela passed, I had all of these W's that I used to see, and they were posting all these things talking about what a great man. See, they were trying to make Mandela the Martin Luther King, or shall I say the token Luther King, because Martin Luther King is the foundational Black American icon. Token Luther King is the stolen legacy which they created and gave back to us. Nelson Mandela didn't do much. Right there. Absolutely. Everybody here in America, absolutely right there. Everybody in America, we knew Winnie Mandela was the real rider. Right. See, we knew that. They didn't know it. They were out there, Nelson Mandela now, Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela got set free because of us. Because of us, FBA has contributed our resources to everybody. We are the ones, brothers and sisters was going over there. They were going over there and putting in work for South Africa. And South Africa ain't say thank you or nothing in return. That's what happened. Yeah. People know, absolutely. Mandela, he did nothing for South Africa. Nothing. He got out and started making deals. He got out and started making deals, and they tried to turn him into this like freedom fighter, rider. And let me tell you something. A lot of people aren't aware of this. Do you know that he's on record saying that he wasn't going to get involved in affairs right here in America? Do y'all know that? Nelson Mandela is on record saying, I ain't going to get involved in anything with y'all in America. Has nothing to do with me now. Now let's go ahead, rewind, and fast forward. Back then, FBA was helping everybody. Fast forward, they want FBA to help them now. We all Black, brother. Nelson Mandela openly stated he wasn't going to do nothing, and it wasn't his problem. We got the old, it ain't my problem, y'all. We got the old, it ain't my problem. That's what he said. And I'm going to show y'all a clip of a real rider who pointed this out. Let me tell you, see, back in the 80s and the 90s, a lot of Black people were off code. That was the boule era, all right? That was the rap music is bad, pick up your pants, pay child support. It's not them, it's us. Then the boule was in control. That's the 3 strikes, the 94 crime bill, the church was in effect. But there was a Black brother who was riding heavy back then. There was a lot of them, but I'm going to point out one right here that I need the family to see. Let me show y'all this clip right here of this solid certified brother and what he said that Nelson Mandela was talking about back then. And this shows you what was really being said. I need y'all to say hello to Khalid Muhammad, okay? Shout out, shout out, shout out, respect, respect, respect. Watch him give Nelson Mandela that goddamn work. And it proves to us what we were already saying about how South Africa, Nelson Mandela included, never wanted to get involved in what we were dealing with.
Mr. Mandela, what do you think of the problems of the suffering of Black people, Africans here in America? He said, I did not come here to get involved in the internal affairs of America. What the hell do you mean, Nelson Mandela? We fought for you for 27 years to get your raggedy, rusty, dusty behind out of prison and apply pressure on the no-good South African devil government. And you come to America and say that you didn't come to get involved in the internal affairs of America. You can't speak up for us, nigga. When he threw a fist in the air, say this. They tell her, don't do this, Winnie. Don't you go there where they have the hunger strike with the unions and the mines and those who are striking to free all of the political prisoners. Next thing you know, Winnie is right there with her combat boots on and a military fatigue on. Not Nelson, Winnie. Winnie was the one had them putting them tires around the Uncle Tom's neck and setting them on fire. Kill them Uncle Toms. And the ANC repudiated her. And Nelson Mandela had some cool things to say about her when he was in prison. She's a revolutionary. I don't care if it's a woman or a man, I just want to be free. I'll follow a Black man, I'll follow a Black woman. I just want to be free. And I'd follow Winnie before I would Mandela if I had to. Mr. Mandela, what do you think?
Talk your talk, black man. Facts on top of goddamn facts. That right there is that certified FBA energy. That shows you, fam, what we were saying. See, that's the energy that was going on over here, not the energy that was going on over there. Over there, it was Nelson Mandela, and they was trying to sell him, and black Americans thought it was good to go help. And he said out of his own mouth, I'm not getting involved in y'all affairs. Where I'm from, that's called F you. You're on your own. And haven't they been saying F you, you're on your own to black Americans forever? So now in the reparations generation, we've been telling them, guess what? F you, you on your own with the colonizer, with the oppressor, and with deportation. It's simple. Eye for an eye, matching energy. You ain't gotta like it, you ain't gotta love it, but you better respect it because you damn sure can't check it. And our brother just checked it and put it down. That's FBA way. That's certified, y'all. So you see, yeah, powerful as hell. Powerful as hell, y'all. That right there is clear what was going on and clear the way we were feeling. So we've always been moving in a different lane. We've always been moving with a different vibe. They've been operating on their time and we've been operating on our time. And our time is on time and they're always behind. This is why they're still playing catch up and going through the things that they thought perhaps maybe just if they lax themselves next to foundationals, they'll get a little crumb or two. We don't respect that. We don't respect that. See, we're from a lineage of builders. And one thing I learned in life, and I learned this when I was a little boy, my daddy told me this. If you're not a builder, you can never relate to somebody who's never built. See, building, creating, that is the fruit of life. That's the core of life. That's the essence of life, is to build, is to cultivate. Whether that is someone who had a child, whether that is someone who built a nation, whether that's someone who built a house. I don't give a damn if you built a small little dog house. It's still something that you made. These people can't look to anything that they've made, so they have that mentality that's lacking. So they start to try to fill those gaps with the colonizer, with everybody else. So FBA, we don't think that way. So we looked at Nelson Mandela and said, Nelson Mandela, we did all these things for you, and you straight up told us, never mind. Well, if it's never mind for us, then it's never mind for y'all. And it took a while for people to make that never mind clear, but I guarantee you we have. I promise you, foundational Black Americans have made it very, very crystal clear. And the toleration will not be there whenever they disrespect us. Nope, we push it. So this is why everybody's breaking down, melting down, falling out and crashing out, is because they cannot handle the fact that they've all been jumped over and leaped over based on the fact that in the system of supremacy, they are not valuable. So you got the Democrats and the Republicans, you got the left and the right, you got the overt, the covert, you got the good cop, bad cop, the two sides of supremacy. You had one side where you have Joe Biden, and he was saying, let's bring in the Ukrainians and we'll give them refugee status. Then soon as Donald Trump became president, within his first 3 months, he said, well, let's bring in the South Africans and we'll make them Americans and we'll say they can come on in. But what do they both have in common is the question that I'm asking everybody here, that they're all W's. So then you got to dig a little deeper. Why are they having this situation where they want to bring in, insert, and impute all of these outside foreigners into America that all have the complexion of the protection? Remember, this is a bipartisan thing. You got the Democrats and the Republicans, and they're handpicking and cherry picking and selecting people from outside of the United States of America so they can bring these people here. What is the case? Because anytime you see two supremacists with two different tactics doing the same thing, then you understand that there's a game plan here. The reason why that is happening is exactly why my good family put right there in the chat. Voila. Everybody knows it. And again, since we have been so intelligent and focused on reparations, delineation, our lineage, our heritage, and just studying and examining the system of supremacy, we have all the answers. See, you got to look at the system of supremacy as sociology. This is why we're so good. Think about it. Dr. Claude Anderson, Dr. Randy Short, okay? We're talking Dr. Martin Luther King. You got to understand that, family. We come from a line of master teachers. What are they teaching us? The system of supremacy. People who do not understand the system of supremacy and they don't look at it like it's an actual course, like it's a subject, like it's a topic, they're behind. And everybody else views the system of supremacy as just something. It's just something I have an opinion on. I don't really get it. You're talking about social forces. You're talking about a culture. You're talking about a practice and a praxis, things that are handed down. So we understand the way the dominant society operates, okay? We're talking about Francis Cress Welsing. You're talking about Neely Fuller. You're talking about all of these master teachers that have taught us so much about the way it functions. So why do we understand it more? Because we know that this is something that is taught, learned, and practiced. And since it's taught, learned, and practiced, we observe and analyze it. These other people want to be a part of it. So we know that those right there are the main reasons that they have to continue to push things forward. We understand that. So the fact that we're moving along gracefully and we're moving along very clear, things are starting to play out. Dr. John, Dr. Ben, absolutely. You name them, family, we got them all. So you think that your average Jorge is thinking about any of that? Or is your average Jorge just running around here wanting to be a part of that? You understand where I'm coming from with it, fam? So the more we've been looking and examining, the reason why these people all want to bring folks in is because of those identity crises that we were talking about that's going on within the dominant society. There's a hell of a lot of identity crisis, fam. There's a lot of them. And the main one right now is those birth rates are low. And then when you combine that with the fact that foundational Black Americans have been on code and we've been functioning and operating different than everybody else, that really has them scared. See, they're dealing with an era where we're on code, and they're dealing with an era where they can't stop us, they can't contain us, they can't move us, they can't get us to shake or break. And the fact that they can't do any of that when it comes to foundationals, oh man, they are ultra concerned. So you're seeing this crash out right there. And all of the melanated tethers, they don't understand why this is happening. So this is why you see them having these very deranged meltdowns and very deranged crash outs. I mean, I just showed you guys a second ago, the melanated guy, the melanated immigrant, he was about to cry. The man was having tears in his eyes. So we know the very fact that you're about to have a mental breakdown, oh, you don't know the way this system moves. You don't know the way this system operates. You damn sure don't know the way this system functions. The reason why they're bringing all these people over here to the United States of America from European descent nations is because they know that their numbers are at a point where they cannot continue to dominate. And the fact that you can't dominate, and FBA's been out here on this regulating mission, that has them ultra petrified. So it's bigger than what these melanated folks think. They want to come over here and worry about what foundationals are doing. They want to come over here and start hating on us. They're going to find out the hard way that the dominant society ain't hearing none of that. But what they are hearing is that times are changing. Watch this right here, fam. This shows a lot of people why exactly things are going on the way they are. And then we're going to add our FBA mix to it. Watch this right here.
Elon Musk and Donald Trump are lying about why they're bringing the white South Africans to America. There's two reasons why, and I believe I figured it out. Let's start with the history of the situation. The first reason, so in 1913, South Africa was ran by white supremacists called the Union of South Africa, which consisted of the British Empire. Black Africans were excluded from political participation and representation. This was the same year Louis Botha and Jan Smuts came with the Natives Land Act of 1913, which restricted land ownership to Black Africans and reserved it for the white settlers. The exact same thing they was doing to Black people in America, except they stripped us of our whole identity. Black Africans were also segregated the same way. Education, healthcare, finances, landowners stripped of their land. Now let's jump to 2025 and you have this administration bringing in white South Africans. They claim that it's because of genocide on white South Africans, but I know for a fact that's a lie. In 2018, South Africa elected a president and then re-elected him in 2024 named Cyril Ramaphosa. He's implemented an equality for all approach. He said the persecution of white South Africans is a lie. They were not victims of any violent attacks. There's no genocide going on. The truth is, he passed a law called the Expropriation Act, which allows the government to take away land from its owner without compensation for public purposes or public interest. This is why Elon Musk and Donald Trump are screaming genocide, because he's taking back the stolen land and giving it back to the rightful owners, or using it for things like infrastructure and access to resources. There's only 7% of white South Africans, but yet they own 70% of the land. So he's reversing the entire Natives Land Act of 1913. That's what this is all about. Now with Elon, he's a white South African born under the Natives Land Act. That's why he's so involved. David Sachs is a white South African. Peter Thiel is a white South African. All are billionaires and the biggest supporters of Trump's administration. This is one reason why the lie was started to get them over here. Now the second reason, the white population in America is declining. They're having more deaths than births. It's a fact. You can look it up. They're becoming a minority in this country. Whether you want to hear it or not, these are facts. So in order to boost that population, they had to do this. First, stop abortions, which is the reason for the reversal of Roe versus Wade. White women's abortion rate is around 33 to 34%, which is second behind black women. They don't really care about stopping abortion for black women as long as they can bring that percentage down for white women. Then you open the borders. And who were they bringing in at first? The Ukrainian people, remember? All white. They let 1.1 million of them over here. So then you reclassify them as white, increase the white population, but make it seem like it's the Hispanic and Caribbean immigrants that's the problem. Put the spotlight on them and have a few of them deported so everybody forgets about the Ukrainian immigrants that came over. We were all focused on everybody else. Next, they attacked DEI. Why? Because over 70% of the beneficiary of DEI was white women. Same with affirmative action. More white women are leaving the home and going to work, which means less babies being born. That's what that was for. DEI didn't have shit to do with black people. The goal is to get more white women back into the home and start having more babies. So what did Trump do next? Offer $5,000 for newborn babies, right? Y'all pay attention. And now they create a scenario to give to the American people as a reason they're bringing in more white South Africans. This ain't about no genocide. This is about control and the fear. Elon Musk and Donald Trump are lying about what.
Freeze. Here we go. Time to cook. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Here it is, family.
Let's go.
This right here is what we've been saying. See, we understand the system of supremacy. We understand the way it works and how they're trying to bring people in. Notice that the main key part about all of that right there, when people started seeing Elon Musk popping up everywhere, this was pre-planned before the election. This was pre-planned. Everything was laid out. They already knew what they were going to do. So basically, the Democrats and the Republicans, they only differ in tactics. Brother Malcolm told us this in the 1960s. Their tactic of bringing in the Ukrainians was for the Democrats. Their tactic of bringing in the South Africans was for the Republicans. And Elon Musk, who is Donald Trump's partner, these individuals came up with a plan and said, okay, they select those W's, we're going to get these W's, we'll bring them all in, classifications as us, we'll bring them all the way through. And haven't we been the main ones talking about Turtle Island and all that? See, none of this is new. None of this is new. This has been done before. Anytime numbers are threatened, they bring folks in and say, come on through. Come on, we got you, we have your back, we can all operate and move as one. So this is the same duplication of what we seen previously that went on back there. Because remember, all of these people come here as immigrants. All of them. They all come here as immigrants. And also notice this too. When Donald Trump started having these things, remember, abortion was what? Abortion was the biggest topic going into the election, and FBA didn't give a damn about it. Notice that they always put the abortion where? Right around us. They don't care. They want us to do that. But they started putting all those laws in. Is it down in Texas? If we got Texas in the building, do you guys remember in Texas where they said we're going to create laws? And it's not just Texas. I think it was Kansas, a bunch of places. They said we will charge you, we will fine you, we will imprison you if you drive a woman to go get an abortion. Remember that, y'all? Yep. They said we will put you in jail, we will put you in prison if you drive a W woman to go get an abortion. So they weren't just taking the individuals who were getting the child aborted, they was getting all the affiliates. Meaning, if a woman calls an Uber, okay, no lie, this is serious, this is literal. You call an Uber, and the Uber driver knows that you are about to go get an abortion, and they drive you there, you can be fined and in prison. They were serious about them goddamn birth rates. Yep, They were serious about the birth rates. Weren't they, fam? They were extra serious about it. They weren't playing about that. Houston, okay, shout out. Yeah. See, they understood. Alabama as well? Okay, absolutely. they understood that. And in the system of supremacy, when you start talking about them rates, now you're not dealing with some simple prejudice or discrimination here. That's petty stuff, okay? Simple discrimination is petty theft. That's like somebody stealing a candy bar. They don't care about that. When you start talking about birth rates, oh, that is the ultimate punishment, and you will get ultimately convicted for it. So they said, no, we're going to have to do some changing with that. We're going to have to do some changing. So they start implementing all those rules. And they had this whole attack on abortion. They don't want that. That benefits that they were giving women who stayed home. The reason why they did that is because, yes, they wanted them women to be at the house barefoot and pregnant. That's the old W's back. That's that 1950 stuff. That's that going to the chapel stuff. That's what they really want, because all of those numbers are very, very threatened. Very threatened. So they got Elon on the phone and they said, Elon, let's get this straight. And by the way, remember this right here? How much of a fuss or a mess did anybody hear about this? Remember, Joe Biden went and personally greeted all of the Ukrainian refugees. We were calling them migrants. Joe Biden did this. Fam, this is identical. This is the same exact thing that Donald Trump and Elon Musk are doing. It's the same thing. Fam, you tell me right now, what is the difference between that and this? Oh, we cooking right now. Okay, let me tell you something. Republican, Democrat. Republican, Democrat. Same exact thing. But y'all notice the colors never changed. You notice the colors don't change none. You notice that, right? Republican and Democrat right there. It's the same exact game. They just brought in one from that country and the other, and they both use catalyst and excuse for what's going on. There's no genocide of W's going on over there. Hell no, everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. But they don't care, because in the system of supremacy, facts do not matter. Facts don't mean anything to these people. The only thing that matters is them damn rates, and they got to get them rates corrected. They have to. Do you know, fam, no lie, straight up, check this out. This is how thorough we are. Do you know last night on Fox News, Kid Rock was on Fox News last night, and Kid Rock brought up the damn birth rates. Yes, the hell he did. Watch, I'm about to show y'all the clip. See, we know what's really going on. We see the facts. We see the forest through the trees. FBA, we got X-ray vision. I don't know about the melanated immigrants, the melanated refugees. I don't know what they thinking. They may think that they're going to come over here and get an honorary pass. Foundationals know how the game's played, and we win every time. Right. So Kid Rock, Mr. Dominant Society, he shows up just yesterday, and he started talking about the birth rates in the dominant society and their numbers. He tried to make a little joke around it, but he really wasn't playing. And he kind of talks about how they're not reproducing. He starts throwing shots at liberal women. Watch this right here, fam. This goes to show you they really talking about it. They are. They talking about it. The dominant society, they sending out little whistles and messages. I tell everybody all the time, all you got to do is listen, and you will hear what they're thinking, and you'll know the plans that they have, and you'll be able to identify it. Watch Kid Rock just last night, and he comes out and openly states that they got low birth rates. Watch this.
When you play your concerts, do you ever see anybody with blue hair, armpit hair, female armpit hair? Some of these people we're looking at, kid, I don't know.
Man, listen, I was just watching your clips, and you know, we have this low birth rate, and you know, we have this low birth rate, and you know, we have this low birth rate.
Tell me we ain't the #1 channel. Tell me y'all ain't the best chat. Tell me Certified Black Society don't put receipts on that goddamn table. There it is, there it go. As we connect all the dots and put everything together, and we talk about the birth rates in the community, which leads to them going to South Africa to bring in refugee, immigrant, migrants, they get on national TV and they say it right in front of you. And we are thorough enough to hear it and to understand it. The Tethers can't do that. He admits it.
People we're looking at, kid, I don't know.
Man, listen, I was just watching your clips, and you know, we have this low birth rate in America, and it all made sense to me. It just hit me right now, because who's going to sleep with these ugly ass, broke, crazy, deranged, TDS liberal women? I mean, you look at these rallies, it's like a bunch of women that no guy wants to sleep with, and a bunch of dudes that want to sleep with each other.
There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. He straight up said it. Let me tell you what he's really saying is, can we translate a little bit of that? Let's translate a little bit what he's saying, okay? Because there's a whole lot of meth going on out there, and fentanyl sometimes messes up the signal, okay? But let's go ahead and get it straight on the right track. What he's really saying is that y'all liberals and all of that woke culture and all of that feminism, that's messing up these damn birth rates. You need to be quiet, barefoot and pregnant, 1950 style, stop all of that blue hair stuff and give us some damn kids, because FBA's on Coda, FBA is on Gamer, and we getting passed up. That's what he just said right there. Y'all heard it, I heard it, we all seen the same thing. He admitted it. And all of that battle that you see amongst the dominant society, the liberals and the conservatives, and they have a whole thing about their little cultural battles. Half of those cultural battles are the conservatives telling the liberals, your way of acting is not conducive to us correcting those birth rates. See, when the dominant society comes out and has open air battles, you got to watch, because it's going to show you how the future is going to play out. And the reason why foundational Black Americans in this generation, we've been navigating so smooth, is because we listen to what they say, we hear what they say, and we translate it for the world. He just sat there and told everybody, all of that feminism is hurting these goddamn numbers, all right? All of that blue hair is hurting our goddamn numbers. You better get rid of all of that stuff. Come on in, because these other people are getting too close to us. And all that free life woke culture, that's what it is. See, when they talk about woke culture, first off, they stole woke from us, all right? We used to talk about woke and being conscious and those things. Those terms have been convoluted because the dominant society took it. But you can notice, though, 9 times out of 10, when they're not using woke and associating it with Black Americans, they're using woke and they're associating it with feminism, with Skittles bags communities. They're basically saying, y'all have to stop that stuff because it's not helping our community grow. And all of that free love and jumping around, no. This is the same thing that went on back in the 1960s. You see, when you start talking about birth rates, you don't typically see the numbers until 20, 30, 40 years later. It starts to turn, but you don't really get them until down the line. All right, that's what you see. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yep, there you go. That right there. This is why they go to war about this. They don't like all the conservatives. They don't like all that abortion. They don't like all that Skittles bag. See, that's hurting everything in their community. See, whenever they start talking about the birth rates, they're like, well, Black folks, y'all birth rate. See, Black Americans, us who do not have babies, is because we've been having babies more responsibly. Let's make that clear. See, they want to tie us into them so we can get on board with one of their agendas. 99% of their dealings with us is some type of trickery to get us to support one of their supremacist tactic agendas. When Black Americans and our rates are absolutely fine. What's happening with our rates right now is brothers and sisters are actually being more responsible. Brothers and sisters are saying, okay, well, let me go there and go to school first. Let me be in a relationship first. See, we don't tolerate the degeneracy. All that Black fatigue stuff, that's really a lot of misdirection. See, they feel if they can tell us how degenerate we are and how bad we are, then maybe we'll start to believe it and act it out. We're not doing any of that. That's just not working right now. We're not believing those things. My brother Tariq just destroyed that Jake Lane guy. Did y'all hear this on Tariq's channel? Tariq destroyed that guy in the debate. The only thing that guy kept saying was Black statistics, crime statistics. Tariq wasn't having none of that. But I called in and I chopped it up with Tariq real briefly. And I made a point to Tariq. I said, brother, the reason why these people have to come into our spaces, that's not because of their tactics working. That's because their tactics are not working. See, they can't get us to believe that. When was the last time you heard a Black person walk around here and say, what about Black on Black crime? We can't get them to respect us if we don't respect ourselves. See, that was the Negro of the 1990s and the early 2000s. The W used to tell us that we were so violent and Black folks just believed it. Black folks were like, we gotta be violent. Why? Because Chad said I was. ABC News had a whole breakdown about how grits really makes us violent. How cornflakes has a reaction and Black folks go and gangbang. See, we don't believe none of that anymore. And that Black fatigue stuff isn't going anywhere. So now we have completely canceled all of their myths, their fables, their misnomers about us. And now we're so thorough that we're pointing the finger back at them. And we're saying, well, maybe you're the problem. Matter of fact, I'm looking at these crime statistics and you lead in every category. That's a damn shame that you're talking about me, but really it's about you. That is the same thing we do with all of the tethers. You're talking about Black Americans, you need to be worried about South Africa, about Jamaica. You're talking about Black Americans, you better worry about Mexico. See, now we're learning how to point the finger back. That's what we're doing. We're pointing the finger back at everybody who points the finger at us. Gone are the days of us believing these self-defeating things about ourselves because somebody said it.
We only believe what we know. And what we know is that they are the ones participating in the most crime, and they're the ones with the birth rates down on the ground. And when these birth rates start going low, it's hard to reverse them. So they're trying to say, well, y'all Black Americans have them low. No, ours are different. You're having them because you have reached a threshold to where you can't replace it. Typically, when these things reach a certain point, you can't turn them back around. You can't. So the desperation is in full swing right now for all of them because you really can't turn that stuff around. Black Americans were being responsible, which is the contrast to the degeneracy that they try to get us to own. We're not owning that degeneracy because that's not us. We don't wear that jacket, okay? We wear it extra large. We don't wear schmedium. Foundational Black Americans don't wear schmediums, okay? We wear ours nice and good, okay, with nice room in it. So we're not going for any of that. Brothers and sisters are going to school. Brothers and sisters are focusing. Why do you think they give us all these things like the balloon popping game? I can't stand that stuff. Why do you think they give us baddies? Why do you think they went overboard with degeneracy? It's because they feel degeneracy is going to hurt what? What's the number one thing that the dominant society is scared of? That is the family unit with Black Americans. Because in this system of supremacy, in this race war, you're dealing with their side, low birth rates. Our side, family structure. They're trying to attack our family structure so they can attack our birth rates so we can come down to their playing field down here. Boy, we got them cooking. Holloway Live. Yes, indeed. All these attacks on our family structure is to get us to have the same low birth rates that they have. That's really what they want. They want us to come down. They say, damn, Black Americans, they're having better rates than us. They're producing better than us. They're more responsible than us. How in the world can we stop that? Oh, I got an idea. Let's give them a balloon popping game to put dissension amongst them. Let's have the Democrats come out here and try to create a gender divide. If y'all know this, the gender divide is not what it was a year ago and then 2 years ago. The gender divide basically is gone. The gender divide doesn't really exist. Remember the gender divide? Fam, they used to be heavy with the gender divide. Remember they sent out that Somalian tether. Remember that Somalian tether who had that whole scam about getting hit with a brick? Everybody came to find out that was fake. And what was she doing? She was saying black, 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 black. Black men, black men, black men. That is about the first time. I won't say it's the first time, but that was the key point where Black people said enough of this. And we shut that down. We shut that down. She was really the Shiloh Hendricks before because she tried to go and get her a little GoFundMe page. Remember that? I think that was the first time where brothers and sisters said, hell no, we ain't going for this one. And we collectively roasted her because we're like, these tethers come out here and they're always trying to create a gender divide because they're taking their orders from the dominant society. Then the dominant society does it. And these degenerate shows are getting on Netflix and they're amplifying them. That's why they're trying to push this on us because they understand our family unit is as strong as it's been since the 1970s. We have essentially defeated the 94 crime bill. We have defeated the 3 strikes. We have defeated all of that. As the Democratic Plantation went down, our family structure went up. See, when you disassociate yourself from the Democratic Plantation, now your family just got a hell of a lot stronger, a hell of a lot stronger. And brothers and sisters are getting together. They're getting married. Brothers and sisters are in long-term relationships. Brothers and sisters are collectively moving the family forward. I see videos all the time. I just seen a video earlier today with a child that got out of hand and the uncle asked the mom, can I have permission to give him a whooping? You understand what I'm saying? The family's there. And it's the mom, the dad, the brothers, the sisters, the aunts, the uncles. We all there. So our family structure is completely scaring them because as we have that, they have low birth rates. So this is why Kid Rock hopped on there and gave all of that babble because he's scared. And we don't have people running around here, blue hair, acting funny. This is the same thing that went on in the 1970s with the hippies. And they didn't like the hippies because they were like, hold on now, y'all doing too much stuff now. They didn't like the feminist movement, the Me Too movement. All of these things are the way it goes because there's something called a rogue supremacist. What a rogue supremacist is somebody who does supremacy, but they want to do it on their own terms. They want to still be anti-Black, and they still want the W privilege. They just want to do it on their own, how they feel. And they end up upsetting the apple cart. They don't like rogue supremacists. If you're going to be a supremacist, you're supposed to do it in conjunction on the assembly line. Do it like everybody else does. Every now and then you get one who says, no, I'm going to go over here and do what I want. And that's typically the liberal. So the liberal and the conservative are having these battles. Think about it, y'all. You're having these liberal conservative battles where they're talking about harming each other. Did y'all see that Comey guy who was the head of the FBI, I think it was? Did y'all see he tweeted out something about Donald Trump being taken out when they made that attempt this summer? Comey just posted that today. Everybody on the internet is upset. That was trending when I woke up this morning, that the ex-head of the FBI is tweeting out basically, go get Donald Trump, or applauding what happened to Donald Trump this summer. The liberals and the conservatives are feuding like never before. When you start talking about Doge and US aid, everybody thought that was just, oh, Trump's America. No, that was the Democrats getting a wake-up call. These numbers are low. Everything they're doing goes back to the numbers being low. There's a rhyme and a reason. Doge wasn't just because of some liberal conservative battle, some politics. Doge was way bigger than that. That was basically the Republicans saying, y'all better get y'all act together because everybody else gonna pass us. Y'all may not take it serious with the Skittles bag, with the damn immigrants. Y'all may not take it serious with feminism. We do. The conservative has always been the one, because what are they trying to conserve? Everybody thinks that they're just trying to conserve simple, petty discrimination. They're trying to serve keeping them rates correct, because if there's no correct rates, there's no supremacy, there's no privilege. And the conservative understands that. But the rogue liberal, he wants to just go have fun and participate in all this gutter activity. We rocking today, y'all. Y'all already know what it is. We in here cooking like hell. Y'all smash that like button, subscribe, Black Alpha Network, certified. We are live right now. So this is what they want to do. So this is why you ended up getting Kid Rock hopping on there and saying that again.
Your concerts. Do you ever see anybody with blue hair, armpit hair, female armpit hair? Some of these people we're looking at, kid, I don't know.
Man, listen, I was just watching your clips, and you know, we have this low birth rate in America, and it all made sense to me. It just hit me right now, because who's going to sleep with these ugly ass, broke, crazy, deranged, TDS liberal women? I mean, you look at these rallies, it's like a bunch of women that no guy wants to sleep with, and a bunch of dudes that want to sleep with each other.
Right there. And what was he saying, y'all? He was simply stating that is going to mess them damn rates up. So we already know what it is. That right there. Absolutely. What did he put it again? I just missed it. What Comey put out today. Yeah, treasonous Comey. Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. A647. Okay, there you go. Family, they're fighting left and right. They're talking about locking up people. All right. When you got people saying we're going to lock them up, the average person, there's two types of people. There's the person who sees the liberal and the conservative going at it and having their feud and their conflicts. And one person sees that and they think, oh, that's just petty politics. The other person sees it and says, oh, there's a serious problem and divide in their community and something has them spooked. Something's got them very afraid. And what is that that's got them very afraid is them goddamn rates. You don't have Comey tweeting out something like that unless there's a real battle. See, I'm going to go ahead and put it on the table what nobody wants to talk about. Let's talk about the billion-pound elephant in the room. The dominant society is having a civil war. And they've been having a civil war for a long time. But the more they get away from them rates, that civil war becomes very, very desperate and very, very violent. This is what they don't like. So Donald Trump's looking at it from one way. Joe Biden looked at it from another way. Comey's looking at it from his way. And it all turns back around that they got some serious problems. And be honest with you, family, a lot of them can't be fixed or can't be solved. So if it can't be fixed and it can't be solved, then what's the next step? Where do they go from here? What's the next follow-up? They don't really have none other than this petty feuding and fighting left and right until, quite frankly, somebody gonna get damaged. Somebody's gonna get damaged and it ain't gonna be too goddamn good. This is why I tell all my brothers and sisters, stay far the hell away from these people. Don't go to their rallies, don't go to their protests, because they're more unhinged than they've ever been. And when you seen Donald Trump come out, he started talking about the South Africans that came over here. And let me show y'all what he said. Watch all the tea leaves in this.
Country are heading to the United States, where your administration is going to welcome them as refugees. Now, this comes as you've halted virtually all refugee admissions for people fleeing famine and war from countries like Sudan and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Why are you creating an expedited path into the country for hundreds but not others?
Because they're being killed, and we don't want to see people be killed. Now, South Africa leadership is coming to see me, I understand, sometime next week. And, you know, we're supposed to have I guess a G20 meeting there or something, but we're having a G20 meeting. I don't know how we can go unless that situation's taken care of, but it's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to write about. But
you people don't want to write about. That was him doing everything I just said. You heard you people don't want to write about. I heard you liberals are messing up our birth rates. You see how we translate everything? Let me run that back again. Always look for the man behind the curtain, okay? What he's really saying when he said you people, he's talking about liberals. And what he's really trying to convey is we got some birth rates and you guys supporting this would help them, but y'all like blue hair and feminism. This is the dominant society civil war.
A G20 meeting, I don't know how we can go unless that situation's taken care of, but it's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to write about, but it's a terrible thing that's taking place, and farmers are being killed. They happen to be white, but whether they're white or black makes no difference to me, but white farmers are being brutally killed and their land is being confiscated in South Africa, and the newspapers and the media, television media doesn't even talk about it. If it were the other way around, they talk about it. That would be the only story they talk about. And I don't care who they are. I don't care about their race, their color. I don't care about their height, their weight. I don't care about anything. I just know that what's happening is terrible. I have.
Oh yeah, you do care about that color. Oh yeah, you do. Yes, the hell you do care about it. Two wings of the same bird. Absolutely facts. Absolutely true. That's what's going on. So you see this civil war and this divide within their community, and it's going back and forth. Listen to the translation in Donald Trump. Listen to the translation in Kid Rock. Kid Rock said the same exact thing. Kid Rock was not talking to us. Kid Rock was not talking about black people. He was talking about all those rogue supremacists who are hurting the birth rates. Donald Trump was not talking about us. He wasn't talking about black people. He was talking about all those rogue supremacists who don't want to get behind this and support it. He was saying, y'all need to support this because this is what's best for the community. Remember, low birth rates, no supremacy, no privileges. And that's what they're all thinking ahead of time. And there's a hell of a lot of people right now that are going back and forth. Do you know there's a lot of W's who are coming out and family, they don't want them people here in America. No, they don't. No, they don't. There's a lot of them coming out and they're saying, how come we got to pay taxes for these folks? Yeah, the same exact way that they get upset with all the other immigrants and say, why is my taxpayer money going to Julio or Estrada? They're saying the same thing about these refugees who are coming in. They're saying, how come we got to fit the bill for these people when we shouldn't have to? So you can see a big conflict in the middle of the dominant society. Watch this right here.
Trump is using tax dollars to import white people from South Africa who want to leave because apartheid's over and they're upset about that. And they want to come to the United States to participate in the new apartheid, the Trump administration. Facts. Think racism is bad now? Dude, they are importing racists. They are importing straight up fucking racist, dude.
Oh, no. Y'all think that man really cares? Do you think he really cares about racism? Or is he really trying to say, I don't want to do it that way, I want to do it this way? You see what he's saying there, right? You see, they're trying to mix it up. There's another one. There was some Karen came out. Let me see if Karen came out. Karen came out and said the same thing. Karen came out and said the same exact thing. These people are not getting on board with the birth rate issues.
Our folks who met you at the airport told you, welcome, we're so glad you're here. Most of us aren't glad you're here, okay? We don't want you here. We never wanted you here. And furthermore, I noticed they're gonna settle you in Idaho, Ohio, and North Carolina. I will tell you, they're not our finest states, so they're a good fit for you. I understand that many of you are farmers, and I've seen a lot of people say, oh, that's great, we need more farmers. Sorry to say, we don't. We actually need farm workers because we've deported most of them. So if you can, put your picking hat on and think about, picking produce, that's largely probably what you're going to be doing here because I hear you don't have a lot of skills. I would also say that you're not going to have to hold just one job, but probably 2 or 3 to make up for your quality of life that you had back in South Africa. There will be no servants working for $2 a day. There's none of that.
Fam, Woo, they gonna get her. I'm gonna tell you today, she going way off code. This is what I mean by a rogue supremacist. She's going against the birth rates. See, this is what we say when we acknowledge everybody that they make a hell of a lot of mistakes, y'all. She's going against the birth rates.
She's sitting there just babbling, saying, no, come on here. We don't want you here. She started off saying, we don't want you. Watch that.
This video is for the white Afrikaners who are coming to the United States. I think you've already landed here. And I know that some of the folks who met you at the airport told you, welcome, we're so glad you're here. Most of us aren't glad you're here.
Damn.
Okay? We don't want you here. We never wanted you here. We don't want you here. We never wanted you here. And furthermore, I noticed they're going to settle you in Idaho, Ohio, and North Carolina. I will tell you they're not our finest states, so they're a good fit for you. I understand that many of you are farmers, and I've seen a lot of people say, oh, that's great, we need more farmers. Sorry to say we don't. We actually need farm workers because we've deported most of them. So if you can, put your picking hat on and think about, picking produce, that's largely probably what you're going to be doing here, because I hear you don't have a lot of skills. I would also say that you're not going to have to hold just one job, but probably 2 or 3 to make up for your quality of life that you had back in South Africa. There will be no servants working for $2 a day. There's none of that here. So you're the servant who's working for $2.
Did she just say another W is a servant? Family, yes or no? In the system of supremacy, referencing another white person as a servant, is that blasphemy? Is that a violation? Is that the most wrong thing you could ever do? You ain't supposed to say that white people are servants in the system of supremacy. I don't care where they come from. It could be the Ukraine, it could be Russia, it could be Germany, it could be Italy, it could be Sweden, it could be from South Africa. She just acknowledged that a white person is a servant in the system of supremacy where that role is supposed to be occupied by black people. She rogue, y'all. They're going to get her. We might be seeing her face on the news for some bad reasons.
Make up for your quality of life that you had back in South Africa. There will be no servants working for $2 a day. There's none of that here. So you're the servant who's working for $2 a day. So enjoy that. You're gonna have to pay for your health care, and ordinarily, because you're a refugee who's being discriminated against, you would go on Medicaid. But guess what? The Republicans just cut Medicaid. So I don't think you're going to have that option for healthcare. So maybe you'll do without. I don't know. And honestly, I don't care. I did notice that the Episcopalian Church had a program with the government where they would, excuse me, they would resettle and help, refugees resettle. They find you all to be so onerous. They terminated the partnership with the government, and they said, yeah, we won't be resettling those folks. Other things that you need to know about. While we are 58% white here in the United States, that's not going to last much longer. Within the next couple of years, we're going to be the minority, which will be fun for you because that's what you're used to.
Oh, did she start getting into the birth rates, y'all? Is she pulling out the birth rate talk? We knew it was all going to come back. We knew we was going to connect all the dots. We'll consider the dots connected. She gave all that spiel. She's trying to discourage them, and I would perhaps even say she's low-key threatening them. This sounds like a threat, Becky. This sounds like a straight-up threat. She's going way rogue. Somebody made a point. She gonna get that goddamn phone call. Somebody gonna find her. She better hope this don't go viral. Remember her face, okay? Because if things go down bad for her, we know why. It's because of this. See, they don't like TikTok and the internet where the rogue supremacists now have a platform. See, back in the old days, the rogue supremacists would just say things at the trailer park. They'd say things while they're shooting up with meth, and it was quiet, peaceful, and nobody said nothing. Now these rogue supremacists are going out there. She's violating the supremacist code, and you will violate the code, and you will be punished for it. So she said all of that stuff, low-key threatening these people, disrespect them, saying, man, it don't matter. She called them a servant, and now she brings it all the way back around, and she says what? She says, oh, and by the way, the birth rates are low. That's really what she just said. The birth rates are low.
Other things that you need to know about. While we are 58% white here in the United States, that's not going to last much longer. Within the next couple of years, we're going to be the minority, which will be fun for you because that's what you're used to. Interestingly enough, we have a ton of Latinos. We're the second largest Spanish-speaking country in the world. So for you, if you could stop speaking that dirty, guttural, whatever it is, German, French, Dutch thing that you speak, that Afrikaans, nobody wants to hear that shit. So you can speak English or you can speak Spanish, which is really the second language here. In terms of other things that you need to know about, the Black people in this country, they don't get fucked with, okay? I know that there's a long legacy of colonialism and all kinds of stuff happening in your country, but our Black folks have sort of been through the fire, if you will, and they're not going to be fucked with. So you're the minority here. Enjoy. I really hope you like your time here. I'm going to bet my ass that you're going to be booking it back to SA probably within the next 12 months. Have a great day.
Damn, so many dots to connect with that one. I tell you, fam, it's getting spooky out here in America. These things is getting more crazy by the second. As if it wasn't already crazy, now we got this summer, and then we got all of this at the same damn time. Beautiful time to be alive, especially if you FBA. Let's make this crystal clear. First off, that woman is anti-Black. She's anti-Black, very anti-Black. But notice, even she know that FBA ain't nothing to play with. That if you mess with FBA, you're going to get checked. And a lot of brothers and sisters was making it clear. Y'all come on over here with that stuff that you pull over there, it ain't going to end too good for you because we're not the Tethers. And we broke all that down. Everybody know foundational Black Americans are the only ones because we're the one and only. Yes. But the very fact that she said that, one, it lets you know they know. You see, when we talk about the Tethers, we talk about delineation. What do we always say, fam? We say they know FBA is different. I want you to think about this now. The Democrats are running around here still calling us African. The Democrats are running around here saying, go back to Africa. But you know that the Republicans, they've accepted delineation. It seems like the only people outside of Black America that has accepted that foundational Black Americans are exclusive are the Republicans. The Republicans are saying that Donald Trump says 14th Amendment is about the children of slaves. Donald Trump said Black Americans built this country. And this lady right here went out her way to say, hey, just to let you know, those FBA Black Americans, they're not the same as those Black Africans. So they know. And here's the thing, the Democrats know it too. They just don't want to let it go because they have been given the job of trying to keep us to Africa. Everybody knows that we are an exclusive lineage, heritage, and culture. Everybody knows we don't play games. So now it's getting to the point where acknowledgement is tenfold. Everybody has to accept it. And she went out there and said it. Remember when she was talking about the Latinos, she didn't really say nothing good about them. She just said they're coming over here. There's a lot of them. But when she started talking about Black folks, that came with a warning. That came with a real clear warning. So you got a Becky talking about the birth rates in a negative way. Then you got a Becky calling W servants saying, we don't want you, saying you'll be gone in 12 months. There's more Latinos here than you, and the Black folks ain't like them Tethers. Something's going real crazy over there on the Mayo side of town, y'all. The Mayo side of town getting real desperate, discombobulated. And that's good because FBA's over here doing our thing. And remember, y'all, this also goes on and occurs because of us. This wouldn't go on during the African-American era. During the African-American era, you wouldn't see any of this. They would just be on what they're on, saying what they say, doing supremacy as usual, okay? Another day, another dollar. The very fact that foundationals, all of us, certified Black society, we've been so on code and nobody can keep us locked in. They can't shackle us. This creates a lot of insecurities in people. And insecurity is a hell of a drug. See, everybody's so insecure because they don't know what we're going to do next. We're very unpredictable because they're used to having us be predictable. Go pick that cotton. Go. Why Blacks in America are taking to TikTok to threaten South African immigrants. They're doing that same play from that other community that was saying that we were trying to harm them. So they're going to make it to the point where if you say anything about them, you make any statement, you're going to get charged. This is a way of getting hate crime money. I'm telling you, hate crime money is one of the biggest come-ups in America. It's one of the biggest come-ups in America. They love getting that hate crime money, you guys. That's just something. One of the biggest hustles. You guys remember when we were younger, where you would have people that would entice celebrities, and you may say something about a celebrity or take pictures, and then you slap them, and then because they're going to lie, and they're going to talk about how there's some type of genocide. There's no genocide going on over there in South Africa, you guys. There isn't any, all right? Look at these monthly earnings over there, all right? Look at the W's. Look what they earn, okay? And then I want you to see what Black Africans, look at this too, fam. Nobody wants to bring this up, but we're going to bring this up as well. Look at the Indian
and Asian monthly earnings are. See, we always forget that you have those people over there as well. So when you start talking about being under a caste system and a system of supremacy amongst them, look at these statistics right here for you guys. You got the white South African, you've got the Indian Asian South African, and then you have the Black South African. Oh yeah, look at these statistics, fam. So these people over there in South Africa, they are under the armpits of multiple communities. Multiple communities have these people under their armpit, and that's a bad deal to be in. Very, very bad deal to be in. And we see it right there clear as day. So don't tell me that this isn't some type of apartheid, anti-Black racial system that these people are operating in. We got more statistics, more data for the family tonight. Look at this right here, family. More receipts have came in about what's really going on over there in South Africa. Donald Trump and Elon Musk are just lying. Why are they lying? Is because they want to increase those birth rates. So they have a birth rate increase agenda that they want to push through. But look at the racial disparities in South Africa. Do you know every Black South African child is 18 times more likely to be in poverty? They are 1.5 times less likely to have early childhood education. They are 12 times more likely to experience hunger. They are 2 times less likely to have access to proper sanitation and water. They're 2 times less likely to complete secondary education. This goes to show you that there is a clear and absolute, utter clear oppressive system. And it hammers home 2 points. It hammers home the points that if you had those statistics, why are you worried about foundational Black Americans, number one? Right. And if you have those statistics, how can you deny what's really going on over there? The only, and I do mean only, reason that you would ever come up with this type of denial about what is evidently clear is if you got some birth rates that you're trying to get back in order. So they came up with this fabricated thing about what's going on in South Africa. Donald Trump has been one of the main people out there because he's not focused on anything other than those birth rates. He says South Africa is confiscating land and treating certain classes of people very badly. It is a bad situation that the radical left media doesn't want to so much as mention. Remember, you guys, he's telling them, translation again, when he said the radical left media, he's saying y'all are messing with our birth rate issue. So you radical lefties, y'all better get on board with this. That was a dog whistle. That was a little mention to them so they can step their game up. That's what that was right there, okay? Then he proceeds and says, a massive human rights violation is happening for all to see. We've all seen apartheid over there, what they've been doing to South Africans for years. This is all cap, Donald Trump, all the way. You're lying, you're lying, you're lying. Yeah. The United States won't stand for it. We will act. Also, because of this, I will be cutting off all aid to South Africa until further notice. You see that right there, y'all? You see that? So you see that they went to this point of fabricating this lie so they can try to bring them people in to increase the rates. And Elon Musk is a debatable guy here in the United States of America. Some people don't like him, some people do like him. But the reason why a lot of those in the dominant society are loving him is because he's getting on board. So basically, Elon Musk, he is a willing participant in helping increase those birth rates of Americans, and he's using his people to do so. So he's playing a good proxy role for the dominant society, and that's what that's really all about. But when you start talking about these people, man, do any of these people look like they're suffering? Do any of these people look like they've skipped the meal? Now, I just sat there and showed you all those Black people and the statistics that say the Black folks have nothing. The Black folks don't have anything going for themselves. The Black folks are down bad, can't get a goddamn hamburger. But that man looked like not only has he had a hamburger, looked like he had the whole goddamn restaurant. These are not suffering people. These are people who are the colonizers. And what binds them over in South Africa to the W here in the United States of America is this key point in which we've already talked about a few weeks ago. We're now going into the era of the oppressed oppressor, the colonized colonizer, the villain victim. The dominant society now is rebranding themselves. Everybody's rebranding themselves because FBA rebranded ourselves. And if you want to know how far ahead we are of these people, is look that we rebranded ourselves based on who we already were. We just put that flag in the ground. It's waving in the air too, real high in the FBA sky. They're rebranding themselves based on what we've done, and they got to come up with a new angle. So the fact is, they're coming with this white lives matter. That's what you had those two COONs talking about. Y'all got to leave white folks alone. White folks being attacked. This whole W's are being attacked thing, that right there is a prime example of them trying to create a victimization. See, back in the old days, the dominant society would basically just tell us, yeah, we victimize y'all. What you gonna do about it, Blackie? Remember that, y'all? Remember, they weren't really trying to go back and forth. Think about Donald Trump's last administration. You remember when Colin Kaepernick and all them people were doing all the kneeling? The dominant society weren't out there acting like they were the victims. They weren't acting like they're the oppressed.
No.
We're in a new time now where they want to be the oppressed. I've never seen so many people that want to be oppressed. Right. Everybody wants to be oppressed nowadays. You got all of the Hispanics who come over there and talk about how they're oppressed for being illegal immigrants. They're oppressed for coming into a country unlawfully. Then you got the W's running around here saying, we're oppressed because we can't oppress you. We're oppressed because y'all won't let us be the dictators. See, in the system of supremacy, this is how weak they are. In the system of supremacy, they feel that they are oppressed because they can't do the oppressing. They feel they're the colonizers because they have been out here for so long colonizing you. And if you don't let the colonizer do what he does, then damn it, you're being mean to him. And that's where they are. The whole world wants to be oppressed. And what does that have everything to do with, fam? I'm gonna tell you what it does. Two things: lineage and reparations. And you can't separate lineage from reparations. See, we are getting reparations based on, and I said we are getting reparations. It's not a matter of when, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of damn right. We're getting reparations based on our legitimate, sincere justice claim. Now everybody else say, well, they getting money based on a justice claim. Can I get the money based on a justice claim? Well, you don't have a justice claim. Well, let's make one up. How about everybody's attacking W's now? So this is where you get the Jake Langs of the world. Well, Jake Lang is coming out here now, and he's talking all this talk about how inordinately black folks are attacking W's. That's not happening. That's all a lie. That's all a lie. That's all cap, fam. That's all cap. And we know it's cap. But they're trying to create these false narratives. They're trying to say, oh, black folks come to get us now, so they can somehow get their reparations claim. Reparations got everybody wanting to check. Reparations got everybody wanting to be oppressed. Y'all know these people couldn't stand 2 minutes in our shoes. Never. 1 second in our shoes. So now this is becoming a new wave of the oppressed oppressor. And these South Africans coming over here, that's only adding to it. And by the way, speaking of South Africans, let me show y'all something real quick. And this is just very simple. Foundational Black American, African American. You see how different we changed it? That's an African right there, everybody. That's an African. That right there is an African, clear as day. And me right here is a foundational Black American. That changes the game. So when you bring over somebody, think about it now. We have been doing what? We've been delineating, correct? We've been separating ourselves from Africa. How in the hell can you attach us to Africa when you just brought over all of these Africans? I be damned. They really did us a favor, didn't they? I should send their ass a bottle of champagne. All right? Maybe I'll send them some fentanyl. I know they'll like that much, much better. That right there is an African. That's a whole gang of Africans. Look at all them African Americans. Y'all see all them African Americans? Shout out to all them African Americans, man. Much respect to them African Americans. They out there deep. Boy, them African Americans stick together, don't they? Man, I tell you, did they just do us a massive favor by bringing over some African Americans? Did they, did that not make our delineation a lot more clear? Yeah. Did that not separate them from us? Damn, we was over here separating them from us. Look like we won. Yep. So the very fact that we've been saying we are foundational Black Americans with the emphasis on foundational, Black, and American. And then they bring over a bunch of South Africans who are African Americans. Now they just did us a massive favor because it's clear we're not them. It's clear that we're not associated. So you just made us look even more and more American, and you made them look more and more African. That sounds like delineation. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. They'll get that meth pipe tomorrow around 6 o'clock. I'll make sure I put it in express mail. Thank you for doing the favor. All right. Thank you for being a friend. Travel around the world and back again. You dig? So they can have all of that Golden Girls energy, and we're gonna be over here shining like foundational Black Americans do. We shine like new money, man. We shining like new money. So they've created an atmosphere that has helped us and assisted us in that. So thank you. That's what I'm saying. The dominant society tripping over their goddamn feet right now, fam. They're making mistakes. They're falling out. They can't compete with us, man. They can't compete with us. We just too thorough. They're out here trying to say, y'all are Africans. And then they bring over a bunch of W-Africans. So all we got to do now is just like, those are the African Americans. I want to send a shout out. Matter of fact, after this broadcast, I'm going to get on Twitter and I'm going to say, I want to send a shout out to all of the African Americans who just got here from South Africa. Enjoy your stay in the land that my people created. FBA all damn day. You feel me? So yeah, easy work. Yes, indeed, sister. Yes, indeed. I see y'all. Yes, indeed, my brother. Yes, all day. Checkmate, checkmate, checkmate. So let me show y'all this as well. Since we here, since we bubbling, since we rocking, since we cooking. They came up with all those fake statistics and all those things that they've been trying to say and say that apartheid doesn't exist. And they're just lying. They're just lying. And that's what they do. We expect them to lie. Okay. But more and more evidence has come out and more facts have been placed on the table about what's truly, genuinely going on over there. And it ain't good. It ain't good, fam. But they had a whole welcome thing. Remember, Joe Biden did the same exact thing when he brought over all of those people from the Ukraine. He did the same thing with the Ukraine family. And this is what they did here. They gave these people a whole welcoming. And I want to say, shout out to all of these African Americans. I'm glad they're here. So now everyone knows what an African American look like.
The United States of America. It is such an honor for us to receive you here today. This is the land of the free, and we know that all of you.
Go ahead, tell them. Tell them African Americans, they're happy to be here.
In your hands, and that flag symbolizes liberty for so many of us. Many of us, our families have had a journey not that different from the journey that you are embarking on today. My own father was born in Europe and had to leave his country.
So he's a fleer as well. Family, the definitions of fleers and Africans have just became much, much more clear.
When Hitler came in the 1930s and made his way to South America first and then eventually to the United States. So he is an immigrant who actually, was able to benefit from the many blessings of this country. And one of the
benefit from who blessed this country? He was able to benefit based on the tangibles and the resources that our people created. Damn, they keep omitting what we've already said, family. These people clearly know the truth, and now they're openly stating it.
Reasons that I really wanted to go and work for the government is because I wanted to give back to this country that really brought freedom to my family and allowed us to escape
freedom to your family. That's called the Civil Rights Act. FBA created it.
Very difficult situation in another country. So, I know that this is going to be, any adjustment in life, any change takes a while to get used to. But I want you all to know that you are really welcome here and that we respect what you have had to deal with these last few years. We respect the long tradition of your people and what you have accomplished over the years. And I am sure that you will be successful. As you know, a lot of you, I think, are farmers, right? When you have quality seeds, you can put them in foreign soil and they will blossom. They will.
This man give him a whole speech. Fam, that is a supremacist meeting where they're all talking and we will get together and we will be there for you and all of us as one. Family, what that really is and what you just saw right there is the desperation. The desperation that he's trying to give them. That was a supremacist meeting. That was the birth rate meeting. Okay, yeah, I said it. That was a birth rate meeting right there, fam. That was nothing to do with refugees or migrants or immigrants. Clearly, there was no type of oppression to those people. Those people are well-fed, well-fed. Those people right there are no more than recruits for the birth rate Olympics. That's what it is, family. That was a birth rate meeting for the birth rate Olympics. Elon Musk provided some substitutes for Donald Trump. Donald Trump took him in, and now the dominant society is battling. By the way, he said, "You're welcome." Well, Becky said that he wasn't welcome. Becky said, "How come I got to pay your taxes?" She said, "You'll be gone in 12 months. How about what Kim said? Kim said, "We don't want you here neither." So that was the birth rate Olympics. All right. And if you see in those faces, there wasn't a lot of high morale in there. I didn't see a bunch of people very happy. Fam, I done seen them, I'm proud to be an American. I done seen them little deportation things. That didn't look too good. That didn't look like, fam, I done seen some of the people come over here and I'm proud to be here in America. I done seen that. They be happy and smiling. Them folks was real upset and angry. There wasn't a lot of high morale because the dominant society is against the ropes. Like I said, think about Donald Trump's last time as president, where they were just saying, yeah, I'm the dictator and what? Neil, you kicked out the league. Remember that? Now they out here saying, they hurting us now, please help us. So you can see the difference and you see the shift, the energy shift. Everything is went in an opposite, different direction. They don't have the morale because what they're doing, they're making it up. And foundational Black Americans are laughing. So what is happening?
All right, so I'm gonna stop him there. Thank you, Black Alpha Network. So I'm gonna move to Uncle Phil. Uncle Phil was gonna go more in detail about how these immigrants are upset that Trump is mass deporting them while bringing in the Boers.
From November 14th to 21st, we're inviting you to join us for a powerful trip to Ghana.
A lot of you have heard that Trump has allowed the white Afrikaners from South Africa, those that definitely have ties to the apartheid regime, he has allowed them to come to the United States as refugees. Now, there was a lie put out by AfriForum, which is their Afrikaner civil rights organization. They've been crying ever since Black people took power in 1994. And we know with that culture of people, if they're not in control, somebody's doing something to them. If they're not in leadership, they're oppressed. So AfriForum been running around saying, oh, it's a white genocide in South Africa. Oh my God, the Black people are just doing this. I've been to South Africa several times. I like South Africa. Brothers and sisters over there treat us very well. We got people that work with us in South Africa. We do the Slay Queen show out of South Africa as well, as one of the countries, at least we do it out of. And then, all our other news reporting and other things that happen out of South Africa. And I can tell you, just by me going over there, that I knew when I heard that was a bold-faced lie. That's number one. Number two, them Afrikaners around there, they walk around there very bold. They're not afraid of them at all. It's not like FBAs, okay? Not at all, trust me. So when I heard them lying, and then when I even heard Trump saying it, I said, huh? This where? Where are they suffering at when they own the majority of the land? Who doing them something? They're treated so good over there. They really are. Now, so they lied, and you got that other Afrikaner, Elon Musk, and listen, this Elon Musk, y'all need to stop buying his Tesla and anything else he's attached to. I'll be honest with you, because that dude is a white supremacist. He's turned X into Stormfront, literally. And Stormfront was a famous white supremacist website. Ever since he's took over that platform, the N-word with the hard R goes on all over the place. It's literally all the white supremacists have flocked to that site, and he does not take them down. He let them say whatever they want to say, right? Now, so Trump and them has allowed the white South Africans to come over. And the first group have came over. Now, it's 4.5 million white South Africans in the country, and yet only 49 have recently come over. And supposedly, they're supposed to let 8,000 of them come in through the refugee program and give them a fast track to citizenship. Now, that has angered other people who's in the immigrant community. So let me go ahead on and play just two clips. I want you to watch this.
So you're telling me that MAGA doesn't want people like my father who work their off, who pay their taxes, who are a part of the community and loved in the community. But you guys want the white South Africans, right? Those people who have never paid taxes, never contributed to the economy, never even struggled a day in their life. You're okay with that. You're okay with them coming over here with our tax dollars and getting housing and free phones and getting government aid and fast track to citizenship because they're white?
Yeah, because they're white. Now you get America now, ma'am. See, all of you in the immigrant community that came over to this country, and all reason you came over to this country is because of what FBAs had done, because they didn't want none of you here, okay? What they wanted is what you saw in this video. They wanted white people to come here. That's it. Nobody else. Now, some of you immigrated here, and a lot of you have been anti-Black racists to FBAs. Whether they Hispanics, whether they're Asians, Arabs, East Indians, and all you other groups. And unfortunately, some, not all, but some of the diaspora has been anti-Black against us, undermined us, got in positions of political power, just looked out for their group only, but they look out for FBAs. You know what I'm saying? A lot of you thought that you FBAs are lazy. You FBAs need to stop committing crimes, right? And you mentioned that she mentioned that her father worked hard and did everything right, and yet they still would get her father, anybody else out this country that's not them. We told them long time ago, they don't like you. We told you as FBAs, we know them. How you gonna tell the experts on these people like we don't know them? That's like me going to argue with a cardiologist about someone's heart condition. I'm not a cardiologist. I don't have expertise in cardiology. This doctor went to school. This doctor went to medical school. This doctor went to residency. He knows what he's talking about over me. I haven't done anything. And that is equivalent to what you immigrants have done in this country. We told you, hey, they don't like you. They don't like you. They may like you just a little bit better than us, but they don't like you because you're not them. Oh no, they like us. We work so hard and we don't commit these crimes, and we just do this and we do that. And you go join with these people. You join with them. See, what the issue is, they've joined with these good white people, right? And you join with them against the FBAs. And what happened when Trump got in office, now they're saying, you know what, the gloves are off. We don't want these other groups here, and we don't need them. And they went to attack them. And then when they went to attack them, FBAs, this isn't right. We protest, and we stood with you guys with George Floyd and all the other guilt trips they tried to pull, right? And then now after they are attacked, and they still being attacked, Trump in one breath is saying, hey, self-deport, I'll give you $1,000 to leave the country. This is what they're saying. And then on the other side, he's bringing in white people, lying about some refugee status for them, fast-tracking them to citizenship, while these people wanted to be citizens for a very long time. And they're like, nah, not you, but these apartheid-era Afrikaners, let's bring them in. They're not just bringing in just regular white people. No, they're bringing in, as Steve Bannon said, the most racist white people on the planet Earth from South Africa. That's who they bringing in. And I know y'all mad. See, with Trump being in office, see how everybody's getting touched? You notice that? But when the Democrats are in office, FBA's the only one get touched. And that's what they don't like about with Trump and them being in office. See, when Biden and Kamala's in office, FBAs were just suffering constantly. And what did we say? Hey, you know what? If we gonna suffer, everybody need to suffer. And I'm a firm believer of that. Yeah. And now y'all suffering. Y'all getting it. Now you seeing how racist America really is. And your Democrat friends, they're not gonna do nothing about it. You know why? Because guess what? They want more white people here too. They're just not gonna tell you that. You know why? Because they're not gonna do anything. Even your so-called crash out buddies that y'all got, the black ones, right? Because they don't crash out for FBAs, but even your crash outs, they're not gonna do nothing about it either. See, what you have to understand, immigrants, Whether they Democrats or Republicans, they both believe in white supremacy. And white supremacy is not about upholding you. It's about upholding white people. And they have a birth rate crisis in the greater white community. We're talking about global, okay? And they can't have more babies, so if they can import more here, that's even better. Listen, if they can import a couple of million white people, they have no problem getting you out of here so much faster, because they want these white people to work here, right? They want them to live here. But here's the issue. Those white people from South Africa, they're going to realize the mistake they made. Because I live here and I've been in South Africa, the first thing they're going to realize by coming here, they may say, oh my God, this is beautiful. All the white people running the country, all these white people. Yeah, but this is the problem. The white people here don't like foreign white people like that. That's number one. Number two, the FBAs aren't black South Africans. I'm not trying to talk down on the brothers and sisters in South Africa. Let's call it what it is. Julius Malema is not the norm. I've been there. The people who roll with Julius, okay, but they're not the majority who roll with Julius. So let's call that what it is. It's way too many of them. It's passive and all kind of other things that happen over there in South Africa. When they run up on FBAs, they will have an issue. Another issue they're going to see is that they can't just hire maids and gardeners and all the things they had in South Africa for really, you don't have to pay much. And you have literally people waiting on you hand and foot at your house. In America, you're not gonna be able to afford that. I'm gonna say something else. The American dollar is trash in America. It's wonderful outside of America. I'm telling y'all, once you get outside of America with that American dollar, oh my God, you literally can live like a rich man or a rich woman outside of America. Those of you who travel, you know what I'm talking about. You know, the moment you leave this country and go to certain other countries, this American dollar goes so much further. It don't go far in this country. And they're going to see, oh my God, I'm making American dollars, and that money going to go just like this because the American dollar is trash in America. They're going to see how hard it is to live. They complain about South Africa. I give them a year and they're going to be running back to South Africa. That's why I would like the ANC to revoke their citizenship, because they shouldn't be able to run back. They should be stuck here as Americans, be stuck here and really see how America works, because they left a good situation for them. They really did. You own the majority of the land. You run a lot of the economy. You still got your privilege over there. The people are docile in a lot of ways. And you're going to leave all that to come here, and basically you're going to struggle. You're going to deal with hostile FBAs, who we ain't going to put up with you. You're going to deal with hostile white Americans. They're not going to put up with you. Because Trump and his administration is not going to be there with you. What church is that? The Episcopal Church just ended their relationship with the federal government over this, because it said, hey, they're not no refugees, and we're not going to help resettle them. No, we ended our relationship. They came out with that because everybody know that's wrong and what's going on. But to you immigrants that's here, we told you so. We told you how these people don't like nobody but themselves. And you thought that, oh, if I just get with them and I participate in anti-black racism, and I talk down on FBAs, and I do all these little dirty work. See, y'all, for years, y'all was doing the dirty work for the folks so they can keep their hands clean. And now they got in position, and they're trying to get you out of here and bring in more white folk. And I know it hurts your feelings. I know it hurts. Oh, it hurts. They are grabbing up your family members and making public spectacles of them. They are putting them in detention, not telling people where they at. Oh, they shipping them to El Salvador. They doing all kind of things to your family members. It's messed up, isn't it? And you don't have FBAs to look out for you because you chose your side. You chose your side. You want to be over there with them folks? You could have been over here with us. If you were to join with us, all you other groups what black folks are asking for, we were saying, hey, let's have a true people of color coalition that we all work together as people of color, right? Or as minorities, let's work together. It's more of us in this country than them. We can really run the country. We can do good for ourselves. We all unify. No, you didn't want no people of color. You didn't want no minorities. You didn't want a reciprocal relationship. No, you wanted to get in here. You only wanted to use black people when you're in trouble. But when we need something, we need something to be reciprocal. You didn't want to do that.
Yep, use us for an America.
You didn't want to.
Abandon us in our time of need.
And FBAs say, okay, well, we get it. We delineated from everybody. We're not worried about nobody but ourselves. You on your own with them folks. So while they doing mass deportations for you, they're bringing in white Afrikaners, apartheid era people. That's who they want in this country. We told you. We told you. I'm not mad about it. I'm not mad because I already know what them white South Africans about to get into and what they about to come into in this country. They're not gonna want to be here long. I'm telling you, they're not. Even the people over there. I seen a video of a white lady say that that's not the best of Afrikaners coming over there. This is not the middle class and people that's doing good, the professionals. These are the poor, don't have no job. Basically, the scrubs of South Africa. But that's kind of European history. Like every time they go somewhere, it's never the best of Europe. It's always the worst of Europe. That's usually what it is. Because why would a middle class or upper class South African leave? Why would they leave? They got a good thing going over there. A real good thing going for themselves. There's no reason to leave that place. Food's good, beaches is good. You know, they may have their issues here and there, but I'm telling you, there's no reason to leave South Africa. And I'm saying that as an American, there's no reason to leave there. But, you know, when you leave, when you do something on the guys of racism, and check this out. The dudes that went over here crying about a white genocide, the dudes from AfriForum, they still in South Africa. They're not leaving. They're not leaving. They didn't actually want Trump to do what he's doing. They wanted Trump to put sanctions on the government of South Africa. That's what they wanted. They did not want Trump to say, okay, well, should come over here as refugees, forget them then. They didn't want that. But hey, it is what it is. So we'll see within a year how long these people will last. I heard they going to places like, I think, I heard South Carolina. I heard, was it Iowa, Idaho, one of them places. They're gonna put them in different states, and they will see. Especially in South Carolina, you put you around some FBAs. You think you're gonna talk to black folks like you talk to some of them black South Africans? Yeah, you're gonna get a rude awakening about FBAs. I can't wait to hear the stories about from black people posting on TikTok or YouTube, whatever. I can't wait for you to get some good welcome to America by the FBAs, because for a long time y'all done too much in South Africa, but that's okay. America is going to get you right real quick. But the immigrants, I'm so glad you're getting your wake-up call. Oh, I love it, because this is what you get for
family and fellow soldiers. I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. This morning's briefing is going to be a bit of a gut check for the Tethers, who've been spending some time telling us about how there have been black politicians in America who have been getting arrested and how they're just not doing enough for foundational black Americans. True, but the question becomes, why is it that the Tethers don't seem to be concerned about home? They want to be angry at us because we've decided to delineate ourselves, and they say that this whole delineation thing is just wrong. But if that's the case, tell me this. Why is it that the Tethers are the first ones to be waving the flag for a country that they, or at least their parents, couldn't wait to flee from? And whenever you point out to this that this is their home and that they need to be standing up for it, the first thing that they tell you is, well, I'm not there anymore, and those guys over there, that's their problem. So in other words, they want to delineate too when it suits them. But for the Tethers who seem to be thinking to themselves that it's some sort of flex for them to be saying that Donald Trump's going to be cutting this or that social program and saying you niggas are going to be starving, etc., white media reports are that Trump is specifically making sure to cut U.S. aid that's aimed at African countries in specific, and that's not a surprise. Elon Musk has had an axe to grind against the Africans for the longest time, but they should have been preparing for this. They've had decades. Instead, they've been sitting back telling themselves that they're self-sufficient. What we're seeing is the price of tribalism. Tribalism is a luxury that black people anywhere in the world simply cannot afford, and yet we've had people trying to indulge that delusion for decades now. People said they were better than us. They tried to play the pathetic game of respectability politics with white supremacy, and they thought they would get a leg up at our expense. And we've been warning them for decades and warned them, and truth be told, we should have cut them loose decades ago the moment it became obvious that they weren't with us. Any black person on this planet after the year 1492 who needs to be told that white supremacy is the enemy and who thinks they can stab us in the back to benefit themselves, that's someone who is a traitor to you and me. What the Africans refuse to accept, and I'm talking about the quote-unquote radical ones in this case, is that these white supremacists are not impressed by you occasionally shaking your fists at them. 4 going on 5 generations after so-called independence, and so far it's been puppet leaders chosen and set up by their former colonial masters who talk tough for the cameras, but who don't actually do anything. Shaking one's fist means nothing when you're dealing with the most violent and well-armed forces on the planet. Swinging that fist, on the other hand, well, that seems to be the kind of effort that the African simply is not willing to put out. They must come to understand that they have caused much of their own problems. They have deliberately rejected all attempts by people who were operating in their interest to help them. They have been hostile and antagonistic towards foundational Black Americans, and it would be one thing if they were building on their own. But they haven't been doing that. They've been waiting to see if foreigners will do it for them. They clearly prefer seeing non-Black foreigners come in, take the land, whip them like slaves, and make off with their resources and establish themselves as a new ruling class over the Africans. So I'm not hoping that Niger's current posture changes, but as I've said before when I spoke on this last year, there have been a number of African leaders who have already rattled their sabers at the Europeans before, and they've all come to nothing. They're surrounded by vipers in their midst. That's what's the real problem. They would be far better off if they had merely looked to the U.S., where there's already a large pool of skilled and eager Black people who built things here and would have been genuinely willing to help them there. But that's where the old tribalism comes in. That's the problem. You got people who are thinking to themselves that their own little 6-foot circle of relatives and in-laws is apparently the greatest thing on earth, and that's somebody who's psychologically masturbating is what that is. In order for the Africans to admit to the mistake they've made, it would require a sacrifice of ego and pride that they're not prepared to make. It seems they consider it to be more dignified to be whipped by the Asians and slapped around by the Europeans. Am I saying that they absolutely cannot get the job done without us? Well, what I'm saying is that for 4 generations now, they haven't gotten the job done at all. That's a fact. And what we're witnessing today is the final verdict on all of that tribalism. There's a mass exodus of Africans out of Africa. I'm also saying that had they merely allied themselves with us, they would have already had things popping over there. That's a fact too. With a significant foundational Black American presence there and the kind of unapologetic Blackness that we represent, these neo-colonialists coming from South Korea and China and elsewhere, they would definitely not be able to get a toehold in Africa. Instead, the Africans try to make themselves feel better about lying down for new colonial masters by claiming they've got everything under complete control, they got the situation handled, and nobody's taking them over. Meanwhile, they're still living in shanties, and instead of being the most comfortable people in their own countries, they're living in squalor. Meanwhile, you got foreigners who are just coming in the front door, and the Africans are fleeing out every other exit. 2/3 of them are trying to storm across the Mediterranean, and the rest are trying to come into the US through South America. That is not success. The reason that Elon Musk and his pals feel like they can disrespect Africa with impunity is because they can. White supremacists don't care about words. They're the masters of empty talk. What they care about is what you're going to do. When they disrespect you, they're testing you to see what your reaction will be. If your reaction is merely a response, that is words, then they'll increase the disrespect until it inevitably becomes open violence. The only thing the white supremacist understands is action, not words. The Africans have not forced any of these white supremacists over there to pay them reparations. That's the first thing that should have happened. As the so-called governments in these countries, they should be charging all these European nations that dominated them and their expats who live in these African countries reparations, telling them all, you got to pay up, and tell them it will take them hundreds of years to pay off the greatest debt in human history. You see, that's what France did to Haiti. They forced reparations for the people they have victimized. Instead, what we're seeing in Africa is absurdity of absurdities. You have African nations in debt to the very Europeans and the US in the form of so-called international loans. Were it not for Africa, the Europeans wouldn't have any money to loan to anyone anywhere. They're literally letting these white supremacists bribe them with their own money. And it's not just the IMF. Perhaps you've heard about Prospera. Long story short, it seems that some of Elon Musk's tech bro pals read Atlas Shrugged a few too many times, because now they're doing what they call startup cities. What they're trying to do is they're actually trying to live out a real-life version of their libertarian wet dreams. Basically, it's billionaires going to third world countries and asking them for a piece of land to set up unregulated businesses and ventures, basically their own private countries inside a country. Now, they claim that it's all about sparking development in these poor nations. Get these guys making businesses without all the red tape, and bringing in foreigners who would be free to do whatever kind of experiments or whatever kind of ventures that they want without all of the unnecessary paperwork and oversight of their own home countries. That's what they say, but in reality, it's private interests setting up what amounts to their own corporate colonies. The dream that they sell to these third world countries is that they're going to establish futuristic techno cities in these dirt poor nations. But when you look, you only see white people who are enjoying whatever opportunities there allegedly are, and the non-white locals, they're working mostly as cleaners. But oh, the Prospera proponents like to say, we pay better than they would get from the employers outside of our private compound. You know, that sounds just like every white corporation that's ever set up a plantation or a factory in these countries. And as has already been seen in Honduras, they got the government down there to authorize a law legalizing so-called special economic zones. These are territories within the country that allow these wealthy foreigners to come in and establish what are privately owned self-governing cities that are tax exempt and not under the laws of Honduras. Prospera started off in Honduras, on an island no less. And at the time, it seemed to be acceptable because, hey, you got some rich white guys who are sitting here trying to daydream some sort of libertarian paradise on an island, so they're not going to really be big problems for the locals. But something that not too many people noticed at the time that the ZEDI laws were being pushed through the Honduran government by the tech bros is that part of the ZEDI law allows for companies like Prospera to partner with the government to expropriate the locals' land. So instead of having the government of Honduras taking land, Prospera can simply say, go ahead and take that land for us and give it to us. And they can get it done. The people behind Prospera keep talking about how they want to make Honduras basically the Singapore of Latin America. The problem is that would be impossible with a small, tiny island like Roatan. In order to try to have anything even comparable to Singapore, you would need a heck of a lot more real estate. Like, say, the entire country of Honduras. And that's what's got the locals worried. When these tech bros give their grandiose plans about how they're going to build a brand new world, everybody knows you can't do that from a couple of rocks out in the Pacific. You're going to need land and a lot of it, if for nothing else than to control the resources that are on that land, because you can't build an economy without resources. I remember reading one time about this Native American chieftain who said that when the white people first showed up in America, they first claimed that they only wanted a small piece of land, enough for a house, they said. But of course, they didn't build houses. They built military forts. And from there, they began carrying out military attacks. I myself have explained that when it comes to these white supremacists, they have a pattern that they follow. First, they send in their missionaries who claim all they want is to spread the gospel and meet the locals. Then their merchants show up afterwards because, hey, the missionaries need a taste of home. And after all, these businessmen want to trade with the locals. Nothing harmful here, right? Then they send in their military because once they have an economic beachhead and they got a number of these missionaries from home there, well, now they have economic interest and their own expatriates that they have to defend. But if all else fails, they'll simply lie and claim that some of their people were attacked, so they have no choice but to invade and take over everything, as they did in Africa. Or they'll lie and claim that there's some evil, brutal regime in power who's oppressing the local people, so they have to go in there and free these poor, downtrodden people for the sake of democracy, of course. Now, there's no democracy in the United States. Black people haven't enjoyed democracy for a single instant. And it's because of these exact same people who keep claiming that they're so devoted to bringing democracy to all these other countries. When the Romans invaded, they told the Europeans that they were bringing civilization, culture, and technical achievements and advancements, and of course, protection from, well, anyone else who might be looking to colonize these people first. So basically, the racket was, we have to colonize you before somebody else does. When the Europeans went on their genocidal global rampage, they copied the Roman playbook lie by lie. They were doing it for the benefit of all these savages out there. After all, they must, because it's the white man's burden. And today, we hear the same thing from these corporate tech bros. They need to own land in these third world countries because there's simply no other way to benefit the locals. Never mind the fact that if tech bros like Elon Musk weren't running around encouraging coups and politically destabilizing these third world countries, they would be far more stable and prosperous already. Oh, and by the way, like every other white supremacist scheme, these clowns claim that it's all about freedom and people being able to live life on their own terms. Well, the people of Honduras are now choosing to get Prospera and their wealthy white oligarchs out of their country. They repealed the law that allowed for those special economic zones to be set up, and now the freedom-loving white oligarchs who were so friendly before now, they're suing Honduras for billions of dollars, which is many times more than that country produces. So much for loving freedom, huh? So much for it being all about personal choice by the locals. So much for being there to benefit the native population, right? The times change, but these people don't. Now you might be saying, well, that's unfortunate for those Latinos down there, but you know, they've always cozied up to these white supremacists, so this is what happens. Yeah, but these white supremacists always have a plan B, and that plan B is Prospera Africa. They've already been working overtime to get their hooks into Namibia, and they've been eyeing plenty of other real estate throughout the continent. They're talking about they want to build up Africa through free markets, and of course, they happen to have a black person who's the face of it, and they're even tapping into the whole black feminist shtick, making sure that they're pointing out, we want to have as many women business owners in Africa as possible. I mean, they're just pressing every cheap button that they can. But it's interesting because free markets are exactly what brought about slavery on the continent, and colonialism, and the economic rape of these places that came afterwards. Massive exploitation as a driver of wealth for the white rulers who intend to take up shop there. And this time, they're not going to be coming from Europe. They plan to come from the United States.
How old were you when you made your first million?
Well, how old was I when I made my first $1 million? Oh my goodness, I don't know, 28.
What line of business are you in?
What line of business am I in now?
Yeah.
I'm an investor.
So you're in finance?
Private equity and venture capital, absolutely.
What's the best industry somebody can get into in today's world?
Okay, I'm gonna redefine the term industry. Africa. Look, here's the story. Follow me on this. 9 of the 20 fastest growing economies in the world are going to be in Africa in 2025. Everybody's overlooking it. Only 0.5% of the world's private equity and venture capital is going into Africa, despite the fact that it's going to be the only continent with a growing population. A marketplace is all about consumers and producers. Africa, as an industry, is the most overlooked investment opportunity for entrepreneurs and investors right now in 2025.
You know, a lot of people got a good chuckle out of Akon and that failure that he had. He too talked about using Bitcoin money to set up some sort of Akon city. It's the Wakanda dream. Well, keep in mind, white people were the ones who came up with Wakanda. It was a white man, Stan Lee, who invented it. And it was a white corporation, Disney, that made a movie about it. And you've had a bunch of too big grifters and professional BS artists who have been piggybacking off of that. Oh, you see that Black Panther movie? We can do that here. All you got to do is give me money and I will build Wakanda. They've been riding on the back of that fraud. Now you got white people who are saying they are going to build Wakanda in Africa for the good of the Africans, of course, not for their own personal greed and their own personal benefit. They're doing it as an act of mass philanthropy, right? Well, even they're not pretending that this is charity. This is all about what's going to line their pockets. They will tell the same lie that the Romans and every other group of invaders and foreigners have said from day one. They're doing this all for your own benefit. Meanwhile, the only one who's getting anything out of it is them. If these good white folks wanted to do anything to develop Africa, they could have done it decades ago. But here they are after they broke the Africans' back, and And now they're pretending as if they're going to repair the damage that they themselves did. They won't even admit to what they did. We know exactly how this game is going to turn out. All you got to do is look at Honduras. But whereas the Hondurans at least had enough sense to repeal the asinine law that they got tricked into passing, do you think the Africans are going to be able to do that? Or are they going to do what they've continued to do? Continue to play footsie with these white supremacists, get a pat on the head, and you'll have these very corporate raiders telling them, oh, you guys are so hardworking. You're not like those black Americans. You guys are better than that. Why? It's going to take so little to get you guys back on your feet again. Do you think that's what's going to happen? And then, inevitably, as is always the case, these false friends who pat them on the head and give them insincere praise will inevitably pull out a knife and slit the Africans' throats again. And then afterwards, charge them for the blade that they used to do it. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Antonio Daniels, Roxanne Allen, Suleiman Alaji, Scott Carson, and Richard Griffith. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Okay, Black family, so we're down to the left. The last topic of this. And then it's great news, great news. Nation's largest historic antebellum plantation burns to the ground. Oh, Nolly, what is it called? Nottoway has burnt to the ground. Great news, great news, great news. So Lisa's gonna give us an update on that, and then Teresa's gonna follow up, and then we're gonna close out the show.
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beard growth oil I got from 12 tribes on Earth.
Ladies and gentlemen, the nation's largest remaining antebellum plantation has burnt to the ground. All praises to the Most High. Y'all shouldn't want this here anyway. Remember, you don't want the history taught because your kids are going to feel bad. Your kids are going to feel bad. You don't want no CRT. You don't want any teachers teaching DEI. You don't want nothing spoken about this past. So you shouldn't feel bad that the plantation burnt down. You don't want the history anyway. You remember, your kids are going to feel bad. So all praises to the Most High for getting rid of this plantation. May he wipe all of them off the land. And you know what the wonderful part about this, y'all? You want to hear the best part? They said this would be impossible to restore.
Good.
Woo! They said rebuilding it will be impossible. You can't tell me our Heavenly Father did not have a hand in this. You can't tell me that. And y'all, again, you shouldn't be complaining about whether this place is there or not, because remember, you don't want your kids to feel bad. you don't want them to feel bad. So you should be fine with this whole thing. I don't expect to hear anything else from you. So y'all, let's get into this story. It's my pleasure to do this one.
Civil War era home in Stone Mountain Park is believed to be a total loss after an early morning fire. Fox 5's Kim Leffler joins us from there now. And Kim, do officials have any idea how this fire started?
Well, Christine, we're told they're looking into all possibilities, which does include arson. Now, this is the Davis House, also known as the Dickey House. It sits in the historic section of the park, which features homes from the late 1700s through the 1800s, all throughout the state. Now, the damage to the house itself is certainly extensive, but antiques inside the home are now gone. Stone Mountain Park officials say burglary and fire alarms at the Davis house went off between 2 and 3 a.m. Tuesday morning. That's when they found the building engulfed in flames.
Most of the fire was in the top portion of the building. They needed special equipment to be able to reach that. The cab had it and responded with a number of units to assist, and they eventually were responsible for putting out the fire.
The fire is believed to have started by the front door. Officials spent Tuesday morning searching the grounds to determine the cause.
They're looking for evidence of something that may have caused the fire, meaning some type of accelerant or some type of object that may have started the fire.
The Civil War era home was built in 1856 outside of Albany and moved here in 1961. Inside the house were dozens of antiques to represent how it would have looked in the 1800s.
What was inside the house is just as important of the house itself. A lot of valuable antiques have been destroyed as a result of this fire.
I remember seeing this home when I was a kid, coming to Stone Mountain Park for a field trip or with family, and I've actually toured this home prior to it, catching on fire. So it is a little different. Luckily, again, nobody was there.
As for if any of the building could be rebuilt, park officials aren't sure if it's possible, given the extent of the damage.
The main portion, the center portion, is obviously gone. The left and right portion is still standing, but the mortar damage is yet to be determined.
DeKalb County arson investigators, as well as the state fire marshal's office, are working to determine if this fire was intentionally set. And of course, as soon as we learn more, we'll bring that right to you. Live in Stone Mountain, Kim Loeffler, Fox 5 News. All right, Kim, thanks so much. Fulton County.
Nation's largest remaining antebellum plantation burns to the ground. Nottoway Plantation burned to the ground this week after a fire broke out Thursday, authorities say. Why it matters? The plantation was the largest antebellum mansion remaining in the South, making it an important but complicated connection to the nation's history of enslavement. The latest, the fire's cause is still under investigation, Fox 8 reports. But the building is a total loss, says Iberville Parish President Chris Daigle. Zoom in. The 64-room mansion was built by John Hampton Randolph in the 1850s. The home was located on the edge of the Mississippi River in Iberville Parish, south of Baton Rouge. In recent years, it had rebranded as Nottoway Resort and served as an event space, offering tours and dining. Between the lines, Randolph was already successful in the cotton business when he decided to expand into sugar production with the development of the plantation at Nottoway, according to 64 parishes. His success came on the backs of the enslaved people he owned, 155 of them in 1860, records show. Public reaction to Nottoway's destruction has been mixed. Its early history is undeniably tied to a time of great injustice. Over the last several decades, it evolved into a place of reflection, education, and dialogue, Daigle wrote. The loss of Nottoway is not just a loss for Iberville Parish, but for the entire state of Louisiana. It was a cornerstone of our tourism economy and a site of national significance. Lauren Mark Sanders, who said on Facebook that she'd worked at the property for 23 years, called it beyond sad. I knew this house like the back of my hand. I'm at loss for words, she wrote. Brad Gordon wrote, if you don't understand why Black Americans are celebrating the symbolic dismantling of this monument to bondage and generational oppression, well, today, we simply don't care. Well, don't be a hypocrite. If you don't want to talk about the history, and Donald Trump is running around here talking about he's going to defund any school teaching the Black history and DEI and all that, you shouldn't want to profit off of the history. You should not have these plantations open and profiting off of the history. So let's not be a hypocrite where you want to make money from it, but you don't want to talk about it in the schools. Don't be a hypocrite. Burn them all down. May the Most High get the rest of them. Ladies and gentlemen, take a good look at Nottoway Plantation, the largest in the nation, will never exist again because it will never be restored. So it is gone forever. You know, I just noticed that big, huge weeping willow tree there, you know, interesting. Y'all, look how old that thing is. That limb is huge. I bet you that thing was there during antebellum slavery. That is a big tree. So y'all, tell me what you think. Well, it is gone. Just like they're fighting to keep the history gone, these historical sites like Nottoway, they should be gone too. Hell yeah, I'm gloating. And I'm going to keep gloating too. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on.
Please do the same for Front Line Blacc News. Alright, so the last clip is going to be to Twitter space about this very subject.
What's going on now? What's happening? It is up. It is up. It is up. Round of applause to you. Ready to get into that tap in. Glad to have everybody in here, man. What's going on, family? Hope everybody is good. Hope you guys are having a good week and you're going to have a good weekend, ladies and gentlemen. Let me have everybody give me a retweet. That would be great. If you can give me a retweet, that would be absolutely phenomenal. And before we do anything, I got to do a couple of things. Number one, I got to shout you guys out. Let me shout out some of those regulars. I got to do that. We got the lovely Carmen. I see Zuri. We have Peace and Peace. King Troy, Isada, JMT, Fuwa. We have Mafu. We have Leda, we have Sweets, Rhonda, we have Miss Skyline, we have Michigod Highland, we have the Black Receipts, Sir Mike, we have Grinds TV, Rashonda, Empress, Nikki the God, and the Tethernators. Shout out to all you guys. Much respect to you, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause. Round of applause. You know, one thing I got to do something else. While you guys are retweeting, y'all remember the other day I had a debate with a suspected white supremacist, and I think he pretty much confirmed he was a white supremacist, didn't he? He was the guy, the Jake Lang guy. I debated him, and that's a very good debate. Y'all can watch that on my YouTube channel. But he did something when he was getting off of the phone. When he was getting off the phone, he did like a prayer. And somebody reminded me, they were like, hey man, you don't never let the devil pray over you now. The devil pray over you. That's a curse. And that made a lot of sense. I should have rebuked his prayer for the family. Let me do that. Let me officially rebuke Jake Lang's prayer. He gave a prayer. I just want us to be all, let me give a prayer. I pray that we all get together, and I pray that we do. It was like, no, for the family, and I should have rejected it then. I kind of joked about him praying, but that's some serious stuff. And I'm glad this sister kind of pulled my coat to that. You don't let devils, and I mean people with a demonic spirit, and white supremacists, they have a very demonic spirit. And even if they try to smile, we have to rebuke their prayers. If they try to pray over us, if somebody evils pray over you, according to our legend as foundational Black Americans, that's a curse. Yeah. So we got to watch these white supremacists who come in trying to act like they're extending an olive branch, just like the movie Sinners. Again, let's go back to Sinners. I love the symbolisms in that movie because we can keep going back and drawing from the symbolisms of that movie. The Irish vampires came in trying to be buddies. Hey man, we're all in this together. Just let me in, and we can just be one big old happy family. And I remember the vampire was quoting Bible verses. Remember in the movie, the white vampire was talking to Sammy while quoting Bible verses. So we got to watch when a devil or a demonic spirit tries to pray over you. We got to watch that. And I should have been on that then, but I'm officially rebuking that now for us and everybody in the room who was around when that white supremacist gave us a prayer. And let me counter that. Let me give them a jar of prayer so I can clear the room. Let me do that. Let me do the Majara prayer so we can cleanse the room. Because remember, in the movie, going back to Sinners, in the movie Sinners, they had the mojo bag. That's basically the Majara bag, and they had the mojo bag, and they couldn't turn you into a vampire if you had the mojo bag. So our foundational Black American energy is a cleansing energy. We're gonna get into that today. We're gonna get into that. But let me do the Majara prayer real quick, because I need to cleanse the room. I need to rebuke any evil spirits, any evil energy from white supremacists and tethers. Most High, Creator of all, we honor the Majara spirit within us. Ancestral power flows through our veins, guiding us with wisdom and strength. May we walk with the grace of our ancestors, those who have come before us, and honor their sacrifices. Let the energy of Majara protect us from harm, uplift our spirits, and guide us towards our true purpose. With every step, may we embrace the sacred power within, the spirit that has carried us through trials and tribulations. We ask for clarity, strength, and peace as we live with purpose, rooted in our divine heritage. Through the Majara spirit, we are connected, we are whole, we are powerful, and amen. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause to everybody in here. Shout out to Wani. I see you, beloved. Shout out to Wani. And by the way, if you guys want a real good breakdown of the movie Sinners, check out the great Baba Dr. Kaba Kamene. I saw an interview he recently did, and he's in the new movie that we're doing, by the way, too. Always got to have Dr. Kaba. Dr. Kaba did a phenomenal breakdown of the movie Sinners. He got it to he broke it down scientifically, damn near. Oh, he started getting into how blood, in many societies, blood carries your soul. Your soul is in your blood, and that's why the vampires need your blood for your soul, and they need to go to the jugular vein in your neck. He was breaking this shit down just real deep. Yeah, Dr. Kaba, he breaks it down on a whole different level. So if you guys can find that interview on YouTube, that'd be great. But speaking of our Majara spirit, that's what I want to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. I want to talk about our Majara spirit, our Majara energy, our ancestral energy. Have y'all seen what's going on down in Louisiana? It was a couple of things that happened in Louisiana this week, or today, or yesterday, whenever you're listening to it. Down in Louisiana, there was a couple of things. There was a prison break. Some brothers broke out of prison out there. They moved the toilet back, and it was like 10 or 11 brothers. And they got out of the prison out there. And where's this place? It's like an hour outside of New Orleans. And is it? No, I don't think it's an hour. No. I think the prison is in New Orleans. I don't know the exact area. But I think the prison is in New Orleans. My bad. I think it's like, it might be downtown. I'm not sure where the prison is, but the brothers broke out because, from what I understand, one of them, they caught like 3 of them. One of them was in the French quarters, I think, but it's still, about 7, 8 of them on the loose. And at the same time, what happened today also, or yesterday, whenever you're listening, about an hour outside of New Orleans, there was a large plantation that mysteriously caught on fire and burned down. The Nottoway Plantation. That's the largest remaining antebellum plantation, I think, in the country. And it was destroyed by a mysterious fire. Nobody knows how that fire got popping. Have y'all know, I talked about this before, in places like South Carolina and other places, these former slave plantations, they mysteriously catch on fire. I know it was one situation out there in South Carolina where lightning struck a tree and the tree caught on fire, and then the plantation caught on fire. This was a few years ago. That ain't nothing but ancestral energy. And look, in New Orleans, there's a lot of energy in New Orleans, I'm telling you, and I've been feeling that energy. That's why I've been going down there a lot. Yeah, New Orleans has been talking to me. The ancestors in New Orleans, they have been talking to me heavy. That's why I've been down there. Y'all seen I've been on my New Orleans kick for a minute. The ancestors are really, really speaking out in Louisiana in general. And there's a reason for that. Because there's a shift going on. There's a spiritual shift that's happening. The ancestors want justice. We are honoring those ancestors, and those ancestors are honoring us. It's very important for us to acknowledge them ancestors, ladies and gentlemen. It's very important to energize their spirit. We energize their spirit by giving acknowledgement to it, because that's paying honor to it. This the spiritual realm. They want you, if you pay homage to it, that energy will still be alive. If you neglect it, that energy will dissipate. So it's very important that we honor that energy. Energy, good or bad, you have to feed it. The white supremacists understand that. They feed their evil demonic energy all the time. They're always feeding their evil energy. All of their degenerate forefathers and ancestors, they're always propping them up and praising them. You go around the country, there's statues of their degenerate white supremacist Confederate forefathers. Yeah, they keep that demonic energy up. That's why there's so much chaos. They keep that energy up. We have to keep the energy of our righteous ancestors up, because those ancestors, that energy, they will get the vengeance they need to get. And places like South Carolina, places like Louisiana, the ancestral energy is very heavy there for a few reasons. Number one, the slavery was very brutal in those areas. Number two, there are a lot of trees and water out there. There's swamps and water. Whenever there's water, there's going to be a lot of strong ancestral energy. You mix up plantation, slavery, water, you're going to get some of that ancestral energy that's very powerful. That's why what we saw down there in Montgomery, Alabama, the fade in the water, that area where that ferry boat was, that was an area where they would bring in our enslaved ancestors. So our ancestral energy is all in that water over there. So when them white supremacists popped off, them brothers start popping up out the water, whooping down on them. That was ancestral energy. But look at Louisiana. Look at Louisiana. Louisiana, and that's why that's one of my favorite cities. I love that rebellious, fighting, relentless spirit down there. It's still there. That spirit of resistance is very heavy there. Now I'm always drawn to that. And that the spirit of the Maroons never died out there. See, Louisiana, they got a long history of escaped people forming hidden communities in those swamps and in those bayous. See, these people, they waged guerrilla warfare against these slave owners. And that plantation burning today, and at the same time, these brothers getting out of the prison, that was very heavy. That was a metaphysical thing right there. That was some maroon energy to a certain degree, because prisons and plantations, they're extensions of the same system. Huh? The simultaneous destruction of that slave era plantation and a prison escape. See, that's a symbol of ancestral rejection of the old system and the new system of bondage. And in many ways, man, these prisons, they replace the plantations. So this is too spiritual to be a coincidence. Look, remember, they would bring in enslaved people from Angola. They had the Angola plantation, then they had Angola prison. They got Angola prison out there. Yeah. So the prison system basically replaced the plantation system. They keep the plantations there for tourist attractions. They make money off those plantations, and those the enslaved ancestors, they never received justice. I saw speaking of that plantation that burned down, I saw a post by somebody who said they went on a tour there. And what did they say? They had some Sambo as the tour guide, according to this person on Twitter. They said, yeah, we went to that plantation, and first thing they told us, they were like, yeah, slavery happened, and I'm black, and I'm the tour guide, and, ain't no need for us to get mad about it now. So they said this is the tour guide, a black tour guide they had, like Sambo splaining about the slavery. Like, yeah, it happened, but we ain't tripping no more. And this person said they never ever talked about slavery on the whole tour. That was the only time they mentioned slavery, at the very beginning. And then other than that, they didn't talk about it. So yeah, there was still injustice going on that plantation even today. That's disrespectful to them ancestors to have some Sambo up there doing that. That's very disrespectful to the legacy of those people who suffered and built that place. Yeah. But we got to understand, ancestral fires, that's a purification process. See, fire has always been a spiritual cleanser in hoodoo and other spiritual systems that we've had in the South. The plantation burning, that's ancestral fire energy purging that site of historic trauma. Yeah. I don't think that's a coincidence at all. These plantations just happen to catch on fire. And these are big money makers. These plantations make a lot of money. And people go down there really from the dominant society. They go down there. They don't have respect for the ancestry. They like the aesthetics of those plantations because it looks like the old South. So they go down there having weddings and parties and all of that. And listen, Louisiana, that's a sacred ground for Black resistance, man. You have the German Coast Uprising, a lot of stuff going on down there. That's a holy ground for rebellion, and a lot of spiritual rebellions down there too, with the hoodoo queen Marie Laveau, who was putting roots on people out there who crossed her. Julia Brown out there, who was in Frenier. Louisiana, which is now a ghost town because she put a hex on the town and said when she dies, she's going to take the whole city with her, the whole town with her. And it was a very small village. When I say town, it's like a little small area. But when she died, a huge hurricane hit and wiped the whole thing out like she said it would. And they were too scared to rebuild it. I'm telling you, the energy there is very, very real. The bayous down there, they hold secrets, they hold spirits. Those swamp lands out there, people always talk about that mysterious energy. When I was down there recently, we were going through them swamps. I always take a swamp tour. I like to feel that energy. I like to pay homage to those people who lived in those swamps. All those trees, when you go down there, you can feel the energy and the trees and the plants and the bushes. You can feel that ancestral spiritual energy down there. Yeah, bodies of water, those are spiritual portals. I want y'all to understand that. And this is a vengeance era. The ancestors ain't playing. Family over in Atlanta, speaking of water, there's another white man got gobbled up by Lake Lanier. Look, white man's out there kayaking. Them ancestors got him. This happened yesterday. Another white man out there messing around with Lake Lanier. Yeah, them ancestors who's under that water, they're not playing. This is science we're talking. Water holds energy. Water holds memory. Your spirit is energy. Your spirit is measurable energy. And water holds energy. And that energy has a consciousness. That's why trees have consciousness, man. Have y'all seen some of these videos of people talking to trees and talking to plants, and the plants will kind of ease over and touch them? These plants and all this is what we knew in hoodoo. This is what we knew in conjure. We knew that these plants and these other living beings, they had a consciousness. They react to positive energy. They react to negative energy. Anybody who has grown plants will tell you. That's why they talk to their plants. If you are nice and loving to your plants will grow up to be beautiful and they will flourish. If you are mean, if there's mean energy in that house, if there's a demonic energy, a demonic spirit, those plants will wither and die. Anybody who has dealt with plants will tell you this. This is why our great brother George Washington Carver, he understood plants. That's why he would tell people I could talk to the plants, not with verbally, but just spiritually. He knew what the plants needed and the plants would talk back to him. He knew how to tap in. That was conjure. That's root work. That was root work, ladies and gentlemen. But justice unserved, it breeds a spiritual reckoning. See, the universe is just. You're going to pay sooner or later. If you do some egregious, spiritually demonic nonsense, the universe is going to correct that. And many of these plantations in Louisiana, they profited off Black death, and they never faced accountability. They never faced it. And they think, okay, yeah, we're going to still make money off the tourism and everything is going to be all hunky-dory. And then the ancestor said, nope, I'm going to light this fire on that ass, and we're going to serve justice that way. Yeah. And the thing about Louisiana, their spiritual traditions, it keeps the ancestors awake down there. That's what I love about Louisiana and New Orleans. Their connections to the ancestors, it's never been severed. Through hoodoo, through those funeral rituals, the dead they're kept alive in memory and in practice. That's why they have that second line every weekend. They celebrate the passing of somebody. They celebrate their life throughout the city. They have that second line. And then they have the Mardi Gras festivals where they're giving homage and paying homage to the ancestors, paying homage to the Black Mardi Gras Indians, just paying homage. They know how to pay homage. Yeah. And that keeps that energy alive. That's why so many people are gravitated towards New Orleans, that strong spiritual energy down there. And And this is the heavy thing. Listen, symbolism, it always precedes revolution, family. See, in spiritual warfare, signs come before a major shift. And there's going to be a major shift going on right now. And this plantation burning down and inmates escaping simultaneously. See, this is like a clue to a larger awakening that's popping off. That's a signal that a new cycle of resistance, both spiritual and material, it's on the rise. So yeah, I don't think none of this stuff is a coincidence. Well, shout out to New Orleans, shout out to Louisiana, shout out to the family down there. If you ever get a chance, go visit. Go visit down there. The ancestors want y'all to go down there. They want us to go down there and show them love. They want us to go down there and pay homage to them. And I try to go down there as much as I can. It's a spiritual cleansing when you go down there and connect with those ancestors. It's heavy. I took my mother and them to the plantations, it was real heavy on them. Like when you first go down there and hit them plantations, it's heavy on you. It's one thing to see stuff in movies, but to go and you're around them trees, for them trees to get to talking to your ass. I'm telling with me, you feel it. You really feel it. You go in those cabins and those slave quarters where they slept and where they ate. That energy is all up in there. You feeling that. That's why, again, whenever they do those movies, those actors go down to these plantations and start freaking out. Sometimes that ancestral energy is just way too much. I'm kind of used to it because I receive it. I'm looking for it. And I'm building off of it. So yeah, I receive it. I want as much as much of that energy as I can get. I use that as a spiritual cleansing for me. That's why I always step up for our ancestry and our lineage. That's why I'm very, very adamant about that, taking up for our lineage and our folks. Because we've been neglecting our people, we've been neglecting our ancestry, we've been sitting up here giving props to ancient African ancestry, skipping over all of these phenomenal people, just like our brother Ryan Coogler said. He said he almost felt guilty that he was out there, I think he was looking at a cotton field or something like that in the South, and he realized, hey, we got these ancestors right here that we can't ignore. These phenomenal people, which is absolutely true.
Tonight, root work tonight, root work tonight, root work tonight. I'll be feeling so right.
I'm gonna close out on that. So join us today now. Maybe the RBA. Hopefully Chasing Done to do. Or part 2 of the Front Line Blacc News. Either way, we will see y'all then. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Chan Kuma signing out. I'm Lady Che from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrants for the City and the Sundown Channel, known as the Royal Colorado. Peace and Black empowerment and Black love.